I just posted a video on my page. I'm asking for everybody to at least go watch it. I've been in this car for days. Been in this car for hours. I just need a little bit of help. Cash App, Zelle, anything. It's like I'm starting to feel trapped. I'm starting to feel confined. I have not eaten in 2 days. Nothing to drink. Nothing. Nothing. Just nothing at all when it's all said and done. I still have nowhere to go. So, if y'all not in a position to do anything, can you please at least just share my profile? Like it. Go out there, like some photos. Anything that's going to help spread awareness to what's going on right now. I don't think I can make it. I really don't. Let me see if I got some water or something nearby. It's just that bad. I can't take it no more. I really can't. I've been in this car. I've been in this car for days. I'm still out here with the same clothes on that I've been in for days. I might have an extra bottle of water. I don't know. But this some low down dirty shame shit. I'm sorry. I'm tired of trying to protect them. You don't do your mama like this. Like at the end of the day, I think my daughter is out of town somewhere. It's to the point where I don't even think that she's even here. And to just have me out, just to have me out here in the heat. The water's not cold, but this is probably maybe the main thing that's needed right now. I just need to try to drink something. It's like, why have me out here? Like this when it's said and done. It's hot. It's hot in Texas right now. I have not eaten in 2 days. I'm starting to run thin. So, just sitting in the car, it's too much. I'm at my breaking point. I can't go no further. If you don't have Cash App, you can always go to Uber Eats. You can send me an Uber Eats gift card. I got an email that's out there. Whatever just works at this point. I need to do a video. Hold on one second. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. I'm about to go live, but I am asking for some help and assistance. I've been sleeping in this car for over 30 days now, but I've been without access to funds, without access to transportation since Tuesday. I have not eaten in 2 days now. I'm asking for some type of help, some type of assistance. I will put my Cash App on this page. It might be in the bio. It may not be a lot of videos that's here, but I am the KRACK WING Chronicles on YouTube. I'm the KRACK WING Chronicles on YouTube. You can go to YouTube, and from there you can be able to find more videos that will tell you more about who I am and about my situation. If you have any questions or concerns about anything, please feel free to chat. I'll be live. Thank you. Good afternoon, wherever you are. I'm about to go live, but I am asking for some help and assistance. I've been sleeping in this car for over 30 days now, but I've been without access to funds, without access to transportation since Tuesday. I haven't eaten in 2 days now. I'm asking for some type of help, some type of assistance. I will put my Cash App on this page. It might be in the bio. It may not be a lot of videos that's here, but I'm going to try to save my energy as much as I can. So just bear with me. I personally think if you have any questions, then feel free to chat. Just the feel of water, like I have not felt water. I can tell you the last time I felt water. Just to be able to feel water. I have like no clothes or anything at all whatsoever. This dress is seriously all that I have. It's hot. Please share my profile, please. I'm asking that my profile is shared, commented on, or something. Something to that nature where it can be able to reach the right parties. Everybody is not broke. You have some people that this is what they actually do. So I'm asking y'all, please share my profile, just if you can. seeking some help. Seeking some help. I can't go no further. I can't go no longer. It's to the point where it is hot. I'm trapped. I feel trapped in this car. I've been sleeping in this car for 30 days now. My daughter then went out of town. Apparently this is what it's looking like. I ain't had no food in 2 days. I'm at my wit's end. In a second, I'll be right back. I can't take this no more. I can't take this no more. This is too much. I don't know. Like, this don't make no sense. At the end of the day, I just seriously don't know what to fucking do. Like, it seriously be your own kids. They be your own kids. And I'm tired of telling the story over and over and over again. And I'm going to say this story one more time. One more time. When it's all said and done, my daughter gets to the point where she no longer wants to rent me a car. I'm just going to go back and I'm going to read. When I'm done reading, what I'm going to do is I'm going to end this live and I'm going to post this. I'm going to end and I'm going to post this. Because I'm tired of saying the same thing over and over and over again. All right? So, with that being said, let me just go back. Let me go back. Okay, so I'm going to start out by saying, and this is my last time saying this, and I'm going to have to be done. I can't go back. Keep saying the same thing over and over again. So I'm going to put it all out there. Text messages, everything verbatim. I just ask everybody to have some patience with me when I put this out here. You just got to give me a second to speak. When I'm done speaking, when I'm done with the whole entire story, I'm going to end this live and I'm going to post this. I'm going to post it as a video in my live recaps. So I can only say this one time. I think the last thing that I ended off with my daughter was, short story short, synopsis. I needed her to rent me a vehicle because I had a hotel for like 50 to 60 days and someone else had rented me a car where we wound up breaking up. She went one way, I went another way, and I was just stuck at the hotel and I did not have no means of transportation. Considering the fact that I did not have no means of transportation, I talked to my child and I had told her, and these are my kids I'm talking about. Okay, a 24 and a 26-year-old. I talked to my children and I told my daughter, I said, okay, hey, I don't think this is going to last long with her. Is there any way possible if you can rent me a vehicle? She told me no. Why? Because she was upset to the fact of the matter of, I told her about herself when it came down to her boyfriend, that if it was his mother, their parents, boyfriend, girlfriend on both sides, they would not allow their mother to be outside without anything, sleeping in the car, sleeping on the roof, things of that nature. We now get to the point where I gotta try to get some type of air. We now get to the point where I'm sorry, bear with me. We now get to the point where after that, she decided that she opted out to rent me a car just off of that statement alone. Now, 3 weeks passed by. To catch you up, what she wound up doing was around the end of March, I got the videos on Facebook. I've been trying to save my kids, but to this point right now, I'm at my breaking point where I can no longer protect them. I can't protect them no more when it's all said and done. When I had my hotel for 50 to 60 days and I was out here door dashing, using my daughter's account to make it work, we get to the point where somebody's being nosy. We get to the point where I've been using that app. I've been utilizing that app for a whole entire year. After utilizing that app for a whole entire year, I never had no problems like this up until this point. Okay. So she decided that she was going to opt out to rent me a vehicle. Once she decided to rent me a vehicle, she called me on the phone and she asked me how much money did I have. I told her how much money I had. Long story short, she wind up renting the vehicle. We got the vehicle. Every time that I would dash, I have receipts to prove it. Every time that I would dash, I would send her all my money for the vehicle. I don't have nowhere to go. Now, when I was in that hotel for 50 to 60 days, neither one of my children reached out to me and said, hey, mama, how you doing? Are you okay? Do you need something? It was okay at that given time for me to be able to spend my money on a hotel, utilizing DoorDash, to be able to do whatever it was that I needed to do. No one said, at least, are you okay? It wasn't until now that everybody decided that they were going to get involved. I rented the first car. When the first car was rented, that was over $1,000. We went back and forth, basically indicating that, hey, this is too much money. This is too much money, $1,000. I can't afford $1,000. And then from there, I was like at the end of my reservation with the first hotel that I had been paying for. I had a few nights free at a hotel that I utilized with points. From that point on, I ran into a supporter that was in the mall, and she ran into me and she saw me with the same exact dress on. She was nice enough to buy me a few clothing items. Thank you. I thank you. I also had an opportunity of meeting a fellow friend of hers, and that fellow friend had the opportunity of buying me a pair of shoes. No clothes, no shoes, no nothing. I did not have anything at all whatsoever due to my storage being broken into and everything it was that I owned. And that storage down to my baby's items were taken. So I was left with all that it was that I had. I then went on, we swapped the car out. I got another vehicle at a cheaper rate. Every Sunday, every day, every Sunday, every day, it's me DoorDashing, giving her all of my money for the rental. She never come out. She never say, hey, mama, you okay? I know you don't have no clothes. I know you don't have this. I know you don't have that. Take something for yourself. Send me the rest. No compassion. Now from that point on to move forward, we're now on the second week of the rental. She leased the vehicle. I was forever grateful, extremely grateful, because without having a vehicle, I'm out here on the streets, nowhere to go at all whatsoever. Wasn't even offered to come to her house. Wasn't even offered to come to my son's house. Long and short, her words to me was, now that the rate is cheaper, you're able to rent a hotel room if you need to. Then she went on to say, if you're sleeping in the car, just a suggestion, you can sleep on the roof of my apartment complex. You can sleep on the roof of my apartment complex. This is the roof that I've been sleeping on since. This is the roof that I have been sleeping on ever since. Trying to see what's up with this dude. This is the roof that I have been sleeping on ever since when it was all said and done. Hold on. All right, so this is the roof that I have been sleeping on ever since. If y'all not following me on YouTube, you can go and you can see all the videos on my YouTube page as far as me sleeping in a vehicle. My daughter had the audacity to give me a bathroom code. She gave me a bathroom code to use the restroom here at her apartment complex. I'm grateful that she got the car. At this point in time, the way that I feel as far as just being a human, I feel degraded. As a mother, all the blood, sweat, and tears I put in with raising my children since the age of 15. You know, my daughter graduated from Howard University, and I'm putting her business out there, and I am. She is currently now a CPS investigator with the state of Texas. I think along the way, I did something right. So with all that status, this is how you treat your mother. It does not make sense at all whatsoever. But you got outside. Hold on. That's what I'm about to say. I see you, Grandma J. But you have outside influences such as a boyfriend on her end, a girlfriend on my son's end. But I know at the end of the day, it's also them in their ear. The relationship that I have had with my children, it's been good. It may not have been the best, but at the end of the day, we grew up together. And at some point, that's all that we had. As we grew older, and my kids start to become grown, so to speak, and getting out here in the streets, this is when things kind of went left, especially when they decided that they were going to, have girlfriend and boyfriends. But once again, I'm the young mother. I'm 40 years old. The parents of the girlfriend and the boyfriend, they're like 50 plus, 55, 60 years old. Okay, so the respect level there is a little bit more than it is here with me. In my children's mind, they feel as if like, why am I not where I should be compared to their mates' parents? One's we're talking about somebody 16 to 20 plus years older than me. That's number one. I put my whole entire life on hold to make sure. Thank you for liking this live. Put my whole entire life on hold to make sure that my kids was okay. Sacrifices, you know, to say the short. A lot of abuse that I endured to make sure that my kids had food on the table. Days when I couldn't even feed myself. Days where I didn't even have nowhere to go. I had to go through a lot to just make sure that I had something for them. Down to being abused by ex-boyfriends and things of that nature. Forced into prostitution and all that other good stuff. But here nor there, that's a story for another day. So how dared you give me a bathroom code? All right. I didn't say much about it. I'm just continuing to dash. Continuing to give her money because without it all being said and done, after that, I don't have nothing. So I'm sleeping on the roof. You can go to YouTube. KRACK WING KHRONICALS is who I am. You go to my live recaps and you'll see all the lives recap there on the page. I am extremely transparent. I'm the person that says what everybody else is thinking, and it's to the point where this is where a lot of my problem comes into play, is because people don't like for me to tell the truth. And as me being a mother with my children, they for some reason feel as if that I'm supposed to hold back and be more humble and not tell them how it's supposed to be told. I don't care what the situation is. Like, you're never too old for your parents to stop parenting you. Just because you of age does not mean that your mother, your father, especially when it has been a positive, relationship, to not be able to tell you nothing. So yeah, so now I'm on the roof. She did not once come back and say, hey, mama, you're hungry. Hey, mama, you need something to eat. Are you on the roof? It's been days that I reached out and I texted her and I called her and I got everything in the phone that she knew I was on the roof. A lot of my trauma, a lot of my anxiety that I've had most recently has come from this overall situation. Coming to her roof, driving past in her car, traumatic. It's just too much going on. That's hurtful, to be able to drive past your child's house. Yes, ma'am. Grandma J. It's traumatic to drive past to see your child's car and you can't go inside. This apartment is the apartment. I did not financially help her, but in the terms of putting foot into the pavement and helping her along the way to make sure she got to everywhere she needed to be when she graduated from college. I brought her over here and I said, you know what, this place may be a little bit more ideal for you for a start. I was only invited for Thanksgiving. That's it. Only invited for Thanksgiving. His mother, his parents, my mother, everybody else then came and spent the night. So if everybody else then came to spend the night, if everybody came to visit, then obviously the problem must be your boyfriend with your mother. So I'm going back and forth. Now we get to like one day. I get to my breaking point, right? I'm like right at my breaking point. And at this point where I'm at my breaking point, I'm calling her and I'm just like, I ain't had a shower in 4 days because now I've given her all my money. I'm not able to afford a hotel room and I'm out of points because I'm giving her everything for the rental. I damn near got robbed that day with DoorDash. So I called my son on the phone. This is like my first time talking to him. I'm on two different pages. I'm on YouTube and I'm on TikTok. TikTok, if this phone goes dead, because basically as for right now it's saying that the phone is hot. This phone goes dead, and you can meet me over on YouTube at the KRACK WING KHRONICALS. But at this point, I'm trying to cool it down. So I go over to, I call my son. And when I call my son, it's like my first time really talking to him. And I explained to him about me being on the roof. He really didn't have much to say about it, but whatever. The girlfriend of his don't like me. Thank you so much, Sweetest Dreams, Grandma J. I see you. Thank you. The girlfriend don't like me. Okay? First of all, the girlfriend is like in her early 30s. So she's like 30, 31 maybe now. I'm 40, 41. When I had my baby and I went to Houston, I left my Section 8 apartment with my son. When I left my Section 8 apartment with my son, that was me as a mother trying to give him the little bit of space to try to, get himself together, figure out what it was that he wanted to do with his life. I would come back and forth every weekend, pop in on this particular weekend. I pop in, and who was there? He didn't have this girl inside my house. This ain't gonna end well. TikTok. The phone is hot. So worst case scenario, I got my other phone here. If anything, if y'all can't find y'all way over to TikTok, over to YouTube, then just give me a second. I'll come right back on this other phone for TikTok. So I get there one day and I go inside the house, and then it's just like, okay, I see the girl coming out. She done locked my door. And I said, well, who are you? Nice to meet you. She introduced herself, and it's the same girlfriend that he has up until this point. At this time, he was 21, so this was 5 years ago. So 21, 5 years, I think they're 5 years apart, 26, 35, 30, 31. 31 years old, which would have, she's 31 now. At that time, she would have been 26. And at 21, that would have put me at 36. So 26, 36, we're like 10 years apart. Okay, do the math. Not good at all whatsoever. No respect level there at all. And I got to the point where I was like, oh no, like this can't be going on. She got to go. She got to go. There's no way possible that she can stay here in my house. So I said, you want to be grown? You got to go be grown somewhere else. And they left. They went and got the apartment, and, they've been maintaining. My only issue with her is that I've been wanting him to have more of a backbone, because she walks around, she speaks with authority, and I have to let him know that you only have one mother, and I don't even talk to you that way. So at what point, it's more air in the back. At what point is this young lady supposed to be talking to you like this of the such, right? So it is what it is. They came to my house in Houston, and I called her a B word. Not to her face, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. Called her a B word. And I said, you know what? You keep on letting that B run your life. You need to get it together. So now we to the point where this is why everybody got a problem with me, okay? Really, in our reality. Because I'm one of those that I just mind my business. I don't say much, but I mind my business, okay? So moving forward, I'm on the phone with my son about 2.5, 3 weeks ago. And I said, hey, this is what's going on. Mahogany got me on the roof. I don't have nowhere to go. I need somewhere to go. I haven't had a shower in 4 days. I don't have no money for no hotel. I'm hungry. Same situation as now. He didn't go on to say, give me a second and he'll call me back. He called me back, and when he called me back, he was saying, like, well, in so many words, I can come, I can stay with him. And pretty much, in other words, it sounded as if like he was coming from a good place with trying to help me the best way he knew how. Okay, yeah, you can come to my place, There's no time limit. You waiting for housing, whatever the case may be. Get yourself together. So I figured that he had a conversation with the girlfriend, and by this time, the girlfriend will have put her differences to the side. I don't care what the situation may be, but somebody's mother is outside sleeping in the car without a shower and hungry. So I figured that he probably would have had that all taken care of. I gave him the opportunity that day, that Saturday, to do whatever it was that he needed to do. I wound up coming back to this roof. Had a whole panic attack that I wound up leaving because I said I can't continue to sit here, and I got a child inside the house. I'm sleeping on side the roof, and then you got the nerves to be laid up sleeping next to somebody, and they don't have the decency to say, get your mother out the back seat. Your mama's sleeping on the roof. So that says a lot about the people that you're dating. Let's start there. That says a lot about the people that you're dating. Next day, Sunday, here we go. It's never, hey mama, how you doing? You okay? My daughter calls me. She's asking me about money. Do I got money to extend the rentals? So on and so forth. I'm like, I've given you every dime. Now, at this point in time, what she really want me to do at this point is she want me to have enough money to pay for the current rental, and she want me to have enough money to pay for like the next week's rental. I can't do that if I'm out here living, sleeping in the streets. It's almost impossible for me to do so. So I wound up going to my son's house, and I got there and we talked, and after talking, he went in the room. Not even 5 minutes later, him and that girl was arguing. He telling her if it was his mother out there, he would give her the utmost respect. She spoke to me, and that was it. And it was just, hey, you know, real dry. He had a problem with it. They argued. Next day come around, I'm getting up, 5 o'clock, same system, coming back, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. At this point in time, barely even taking a shower because I can barely even get in the bathroom. I come back. He apologized for her behavior. Next thing we know, here they go, arguing again. They arguing again. They back and forth. I'm just like, this is just too much. And the last thing that you want to be is in somebody's house that don't want you there. So the next morning, whatever it was, Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday, whatever, I got up. I left first thing in the morning. Took my bags with me. Not even at 4 o'clock, 3:30, he called me and he said, oh, Mom, I'm sorry, but you have to go. You got to leave. I don't know why Alina agreed. I'm sorry, the girl name. Whatever. I don't know why she agreed for you to be here, and then she changed her mind. So then from that point on, I said, well, it's fine. I don't have to leave tomorrow. I can leave today. So I wound up leaving that day, and I had already had my bags and everything with me. I left, and if you go to YouTube, I think it's like a 4-hour long video where you'll see me cleaning out my storage. I went to my storage, and I got everything situated, organized, consolidated as much as I possibly could. I cleaned everything out because my storage was broken into, and I was left with nothing. So from that point, afterwards, I went into a bad panic attack once again, because now I'm no longer at my son's house, which is far suburbs, and I needed somewhere to be. So I wound up coming back to the roof. That particular day, I went into a real bad panic attack because it seems to be that my children are one of my triggers. So the way that they've been talking to me, the way that they've been treating me throughout this overall situation, it has been a trigger for me. So for the most part, when it comes down to like answering their calls, answering their text messages, my heart just instantly drops and I lose my breath, as if like, okay, what's next, right? Like, what's going to be next? So I left the roof because I couldn't take it no more, constantly seeing her car, and I'm asleep on the roof. I left. I went to go find somewhere to sleep, somewhere to be that particular day. In the car, outside in the open public. My son called me back that day because he wanted to get his key to his apartment. And I told him, like, you've been talking to me all day. You've been talking to me all day, and we now get to the point of you want a key to your apartment. I guess old girl came home and told you that she needed the key to the house. Oh, he had some foul things to say out his mouth to me as his mother. It was very rude. He came back later and he apologized. And then he came back and he said, well, he just wants the best for me. All of this is starting to sound familiar. Like very toxic, very abusive behavior. It's too much now. So it's like starting to be very triggering to me. Because the first time last year, 2 years ago, when I went to their house and I needed somewhere to stay, they wind up allowing me to be there. But then 5 days later, asked me to go because the girlfriend had a problem after I found the job and everything. So afterwards, I don't believe him because you didn't put me out too many times. Thank you so much for liking this live. You didn't put me out too many times. So how could I feel comfortable with going back to your house? And all this time, I'm over here on YouTube sleeping in the car. Thank you, Girly Girl Eccentrics, for the gifts. So I said, I'm not coming back today. I think I came back the next day. And then I think it was like the weekend. Then after it being the weekend, I think I had DoorDashed for the weekend. Slept in the car once again for the weekend. Just trying to stay out their way while they home from work, right? So now here we go. We got another Sunday rolling around. Every Sunday it's time to renew the vehicle. Every Sunday is something with my daughter. Every Sunday is threats of her returning the vehicle. I don't know. How much money? It's always, how much money do you have now? How much money do you have now? How much money do you have now? After I've sent you all that I have, that I've sent you everything it is that I had. You keep asking me how much I have. Like I'm putting gas in this car. I'm trying to survive. I don't have no clothes. I'm trying to survive in the car. You know, I don't have no food. I don't have nothing extra to go towards the next week's rental. So it's always an argument. And here we go with the threats. So I give her the money. Gave her everything it was that I had. That's why I've been walking around here looking crazy. I know people are wondering, like, well, damn, why do you need help and assistance if you're doing DoorDash? You should have enough money to be able to at least do something for yourself to the bare minimum, right? You would think. Think that Monday had came around. Sunday had came around. I didn't stay at his house. I left. And I think that was a day that I had the opportunity of going to a friend's house. And for the first time in over 5 months, I was able to take a bath. Shout out to that friend, that associate. Some associates and some friends, you know, they're good for some purposes. They're not good for everything. But in that moment, at any time, in any moment of peace, if I need some help and assistance, I know that this one particular associate, I can go take a shower if I can't do nothing else. I can go take a shower. So I was able to go take a shower. The next day came around, I went back to my son's house. Now, if you go over to YouTube, you'll see, when you scroll down, you'll see videos of me cooking like some pasta, some salmon, or something to that nature. I cooked the food. After cooking the food, he wasn't there. I called him and I texted him. I said, hey, I'm on the way. No response. So that was an indication to me that you really didn't want me there. You really didn't want me to be on my way in our reality when it's all said and done. I cooked something. He's my child. Why wouldn't a mother cook a meal for a child, even if it's scraps? You know what I'm saying? Because even down to his apartment, as a woman, I see everything. You've been in this relationship with this girl for 5 years. What's going on around here? Like, the couch? I gave you that couch. I bought that couch in 2019, 2020. He takes very good care of everything it is that he has. But I paid $1,000 for that couch. I remember when you paid $800 for that TV. I remember when I brought those end tables that was $300 a piece. That was nightstands for me from Nebraska Furniture. Bowls, cups, dishware, pots, pans, the bed. Everything's starting to look familiar around here. Just a different address, different scenario. What is she doing? Where's y'all money going? Everybody want to try to figure out where's my money going. Where's y'all money going? So I said, okay, you know what? I noticed, and he's very to himself. He's a very to himself type of person. I don't know, I guess opposites attract, but she's more outside, okay? She grown. He's grown, but he's still a young adult at heart. Her, on the other hand, baby, she outside. She outside for real. And it don't make no sense. I'm just like, we don't judge, but that's real crazy. That she tiptoeing in the house 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and didn't think that I heard her. So I'm just like, what's really going on around here? So I just stepped in. And I made him a meal, and I made enough food for everybody to eat. And everybody that knows me knows that I would feed everybody. I feed everybody. I help everybody when I'm in a situation of not even being able to help myself. So I cooked a meal. They came in simultaneously. So here we go. He got these birds flying around the house. Me and my anxiety, I don't like feeling trapped, like confined, close space. So at some point, I need to roll the window down. I need to open up the door. I need to do something to that nature. I open up the door. I close the panel for the birds. I'm cooking. You know, who want the birds to be flying all around, right? He come in. Hey. He looks at the birds, looks at the door. I already know at the end of the day, he really don't want to say nothing to me. But his actions said everything he needed to say. Because he closed the door, opened the window, didn't even ask if I needed the door to continue to be open because I'm in here cooking. It's a 1-bedroom apartment. And let the birds back out, child. Went in that room, stayed in that room, didn't even come back out. I had to tell him, I said, hey, I cooked something if you're hungry. I didn't even have an appetite to eat. She went in that room. She never did come back out. I said, all right, this is not good. This is not going to end well. Let me try to figure out how to get up out of here. Let me figure out another plan because I'm getting up at 5, leaving out, coming back 9, 10, somewhere to sleep, doing DoorDash, giving my daughter all the money, putting in job applications, no response. Waiting for housing, no response. So we're just going in a circle, and it's just like, where do I get ahead? How do I get through this? So I got up that day, I went to housing. And when I went to housing, which was like last Tuesday, I believe, they told me, here we go. You gotta wait. Just go, wait. I don't know what else to tell you. Just wait. I'm like, okay, well, I'm just waiting. So I'm not generating no money in one place. I need to figure out how to generate some money. And everybody that knows me knows that I am a hustler. I am the job. You know, I do everything, you know. Go watch a few videos if you don't know. Cook, sell water, Gatorade. I'm not lazy. I generate income even when there's not a window or door opportunity for me. I figure it out. Somehow, some way. I'm not the type of person. I am prideful. Not too prideful at times, but I'm prideful to the point where I don't like to ask people for anything. So, for me to ask someone for help It took a whole lot of pride for me to be able to ask someone for help. If I come to the point where I have to come to the internet and ask for help, thank you for liking this live, it's because I've executed all options. So I said, okay, well, fine. It's going to take them a while to get this voucher situation together. Let me leave. Let me go to the next city. I go to Austin. If you know anything about Dallas, if you know anything about Texas, Austin is 2.5, no more than 3 hours from Dallas, down the street. Austin is the capital of Texas. Dallas is more white collar, more old money, more prestigious, more family, more, how you doing? What's your tax bracket? Where do you live? What's your zip code? What college did you go to? How much money do you make? Politics as usual. You go to Austin, even though it's the capital, there's plenty of money around there. But you can sit down, you can have a conversation with someone that got plenty of money. And they're not going to judge you. And it's just a regular conversation. It's like a mini California. It's all right. Of course, we know Houston is more city and it's more blue collar. And that's hustle city all day long. So in the terms of Austin, when it comes down to DoorDash, you have more professionals that come in for business, where DoorDash is more needed in Austin than it is needed in Dallas, because you have more families, so they cooking meals. You just got off a flight, you need a meal. You single, you need a meal. They're doubling up on orders. I'm a gold, I'm a diamond. The money is a lot better in Austin. And then not only that, it's not as widespread as Dallas. It's more so a small, big city in a circle. So it's easy to drop off, pick up, drop off, pick up. I went to Austin with 23 cents on my chime. I had $1 in the armrest. I had $3 on PayPal and maybe another quarter at the bottom of my purse. I got halfway down the 35 to Waxahachie. I stopped. I did 2 orders. Once I did 2 orders, they got me to $9. That $9 got me to 180 miles to empty on the tank. Probably was going to take me about another 50 to 60 miles on top of that, maybe like 230, 240 to be able to get to Miss Katrina. How you doing? To be able to get to the Austin Metroplex. I started off, you go over to YouTube, you'll see the videos of how the gas is just moving. Start off with like $9, start off with like $2, start off with like $3, $4, $5. I'm building myself up. Now when I get here, things are going well for me. Now, I ain't the person that put everybody in my business, but when I put people in my business, I put them there. You might as well put them all in there. You might as well go ahead and just let it be known, right? Amen. Thank you. Amen. I get to Austin. Now, I left earlier that day, Dallas. So I think I was on maybe like Tuesday or Wednesday or something. Now I get there. Now I don't have no money. I don't have no money at all. And I just so happen to get my period, right? We all know what a period is, because if you ain't got one, you come from one. I always got a joke. But, so it's like, okay, I'm out here in these streets. And I'm not the one to be dirty. I'm just not that chick. I'm not her. So it took me maybe about like $40, because I needed some shoes, I needed some clothes, I needed some pants, I needed everything that I needed. Okay, and it took me maybe about $40, $45, $50. Because I'm like, if I want to be outside in the car, then we got to just try to figure out how to make this work. Because it was already later in the day, so I already knew that it was going to take time for me to be able to generate more money to even think about getting a room. And I think we're on Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever, however the case may be. So I'm out here, I'm generating money. And Dallas had already been slow for the whole duration of that whole entire week. So with Dallas being slow, Austin was a lot better. I think the first day I wound up staying I think the first day I stayed in the car, which was like that Tuesday. That Wednesday come around, I got a hotel room, which was discounted. Somebody put me on their friends and family. I ain't on the friends and family anymore. Maybe she saw my YouTube. But she put me on her friends and family. And I was able to get a discount. Very cheap rooms. We talking about $200 rooms for like $40, $50, $60, $80, you know. But you got to turn around. You got to pay for the incidentals. So I got that first room. I'm moving. But at the same time, what I'm trying to do is I got to make sure that I got this child's money by Sunday. Thursday come around, wasn't no way around it. I need a shower. I can't go without washing my behind. So I got another room. Another $50, $60 room. Well, by the time the weekend got here, I already knew when it was all said and done, there was no way possible that I could be able to afford. Now we on, where we at now? Today Friday, so I'm taking you back. I'm taking you back to last Friday. So now we're within a 7-day span. So now we're caught up and we're into 7 days at this point. So I knew last Friday I was not going to be able to continue to dash and make money for her and get me a hotel room. Have I not once heard from her to say, hey, mama, how you doing? Are you okay? Nothing. Everything's always about money. So, whatever. I'm going through the motions. I'm making the money. I'm accumulating the money. Saturday come around. Friday was short. It was real short. But at least if I accumulate $100 or so a day to put to the side for the vehicle, then I'm good. But I still gotta eat and I still need gas. Saturday came around, I said, all right, it's Saturday. Let me go ahead and stay outside all day. I said, if I stay outside all day on this Saturday, then if I stay outside all day on this Saturday, then with that being said, then I'll be able to accumulate as much money. And I know by time Sunday get here, then I'll be able to have enough money, right? Because it's like clockwork. It's clockwork to the point where I already know that she's going to call at 9, 10 o'clock in the morning asking me about renewing the vehicle, or it's going to be something with this vehicle. Saturday come around, I wound up getting a flat. I got a flat on the vehicle to the point where there was no way around it because it started raining in Austin and it just got real nasty. All right. So now we on Saturday. So now I'm at like 2 days, a day and a half without a shower. Out here in this dress, baby. Okay, dressed to the gods. Everybody think I look so cute. It's raining. I couldn't continue to dash, so all I could do was stop. So if you're over here on TikTok, go over when you can. Go over to YouTube, and when you go over to YouTube, you go to the live recaps, you go to the shorts. You'll be able to see that. You'll be able to see that I had issues with the tire and air in the tire. And if you was on the live, you was on the live. If you was up at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with me on Sunday morning, then you know. Okay, so I had to go to a tire shop. And I got over there, no cash. Only thing I can do is tap because I don't even have a physical card because of the physical card was stolen with all of my things out of the storage. So I don't have a physical card. They were able to tap, but they wanted to sit here and tell me that I had damaged the inside of the tire to the point where I needed a whole new tire. They had already put the X on there where it was a nail, a hole, a screw, or whatever. My mother's ex-boyfriend used to work and own a tire shop, so I know how it go. I was like, no, you can just put that tire back on here. I'll go somewhere else. Just so happened it was another guy that was there at that tire shop that needed a tire, and he wound up going down the street to another tire shop. I went down the street to that tire shop and realized that that same guy was there. He was there. He was like, yeah, they was trying to charge me $150, and he was like, well, these people only gonna charge me $90. And so he was like, but the only thing is they only take cash. And I said, well, you know, he was saying like in so many words, he couldn't get to the ATM. So I said, okay, well, I can take you down here. I can take you down the street to the ATM. So I took him to the ATM. I was on live. He got the money. He was able to pull out like $90, $100. And I appreciated him for that. He came back and he wound up paying for my tire to be plugged, because they were only going to charge me $10 to $15 to pull to plug the tire. So now we at like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Now let me paint a picture for you. When it's time for me to stop dashing, I'm done dashing at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. I come back to this vehicle. I either, regardless if I'm in Dallas, Austin, wherever I'm at, I find somewhere to park. I get something to eat, and then I go live and I go to sleep. The whole purpose for me going live is really, number one, for safety, because if I'm asleep, somebody comes to the windows, then it's able to capture. And then it's the sense of not being by myself. Hence, anxiety, feeling trapped in a trapped vehicle, sleep at night, not knowing what's going on around me. Even me sleeping for 4 to 5 hours, back and forth, up and down. You go, you see the videos, you understand what I'm saying. It's just a little bit of sleep. It's not a lot of sleep that I'm getting, okay? So I'm starting to wear myself thin at this point in time. I do take medication for my anxiety, panic attacks, sleep, things of that nature. I do take meds for that, but I can't take my medication how I'm supposed to take my medication. Number one, I'm outside. I'm in a vehicle, so therefore that means, you know, you can't operate a vehicle when you under the influence of drugs of that nature. I don't do drugs, so that's a whole lot of stuff going on, you know. So I don't really take it, you know. I try to control it, you know. I try to control my panic attacks as much as I can. And sometimes it's ice. I can sometimes feel when it's coming. I try to remove myself from situations that cause the trauma and the stress. That's what brings on the attacks for me. So other than that, I'm good. I'm okay. So after that, I'm out here. I'm dashing. Now this is where it gets interesting. Stand by. I'm out here. I'm dashing. Phone getting hot again. I'm out here, I'm dashing, and as I'm dashing, I probably maybe accumulated at this time, maybe like $300. All right, who is this? Who is this? TikTok, I'm gonna sit y'all on the floor for a second, because my phone is getting hot. Okay, so we now get to the point of, and I hope y'all can hear me okay. We now get to the point of my daughter calls me, and when she calls me, it's a text. Okay, it's a text message. I'm going back to the text messages, because I'm all verbatim and all about facts. Stand by. Give me a second. Losing my signal. Stand by. Everybody just hold on. All right, so we now get to the point where she texts me and she says to me, "Good morning, are you in Dallas?" I go on to say, "Good morning, no, I'm not." Of course, quite naturally, she knows that I'm not in Dallas because you've been watching me do DoorDash. You've been getting the notifications of where I need to drop off and looking for customers. So, of course, you know I'm not in Dallas. But why would you tell me that you want to return a rental the day of? You don't tell somebody that you want to return a vehicle the day of. Give someone the opportunity to make some adjustments and then from there they can move accordingly, right? Okay, so with that being said, it didn't shock me, but it was just like, are you kidding me? One of those are you kidding me type situations, mainly due to the fact because I'm out of town, I'm not in Dallas, and here it is. Where am I going to go? Once we return this vehicle, then where am I going to go? I never was invited into your house. Haven't heard anything from my son. And it's like, okay, my every intention was to make my money and return back to Dallas come Monday. Okay, do what I needed to do and keep it moving, right? I said, all this time I've been talking to you. At what point were you going to say something? How am I supposed to commute, have somewhere to sleep, go, etc.? You've been getting your money, well over $3,000. I said, I don't have anything. Been sleeping in the car all week and without a shower for 3 days, just trying to survive and move forward with my life. She goes on to say, you owe me $360 for this current rental. Already deducted $20 and already deducted $28. Then she go on to say that I can sleep at my son's house. She say, how much did you make this week? What do you mean, how much money did I make this week? I said, seriously? It's been issues over there, and I've been trying to stay out of their way. I still have to have a form of transportation. The funds are on the card and can't be transferred until 3 p.m. because now DoorDash got me on a once a day transfer type situation. She go on to say, and I understand you need transportation, but the plan is for you to pay the rental, not me. I mentioned previously that she want me to pay for, she want me to catch up with the credit, and then she want me to come back and pay it forward. Now she want me to pay for the next week in advance. I don't have $720, $700, whatever the number is, to catch you up for 2 weeks. I don't have it. Not sleeping in the car. She goes on to say, I got the car for you, Tavia, and gave you a place to sleep. There's no reason why I have to keep paying for this car, and when the due date comes around, you don't have all the money. That's a lie. I done gave the girl well over $3,000, and when I say I got every receipt, every screenshot, every transfer, she has gotten well over $3,000 from me for the last 30 days for this vehicle. All right? I said, I have all the money. I can't transfer the funds. I'm trying to survive, and I don't think you see this. She said, you only had $300. And how much do you have to go? This is how she talking to me now. This is my daughter. She said, you said you only had $300. And how much do you have to go towards the new rental? You keep taking advantage of my kindness. I'm not understanding where all your money is going. The first few weeks, you were able to pay $500 to $700. Now you can't. I mean, well, the first few weeks, I probably had the opportunity of being able to get a good night's sleep. When you sleeping out here in the streets, how's that supposed to work? Because driving tired is worse than driving drunk. I'd rather drive drunk than drive tired. I'd rather not drive at all between the two. But driving tired is worse than driving intoxicated. She say, now you can. Maybe that was a better week for me. Who knows? She goes on to say, I need to understand what happened. I could log into DoorDash and check, but I won't because I know you'll need a verification. Now at this point in time, I'm trying to figure out who's the mama. I go on to tell her, I say, I have no clothes. I have to eat. I have to put gas in the car. I have to get a hotel every now and then. I'm tired. I said, I'm sleeping in the car and I can't drive 24 hours out the day. I said, I have to get sleep. After I give you money, I have nothing. I said, I have not had a shower in 4 days and can't afford a hotel room because I'm paying for the vehicle. I said, I don't know what else to tell you. I said, I slept on your roof for an entire week. And that was mentally exhausting and draining. I'm tired. And I'm just trying to make it. I'm trying to make sure that you have your money. But it's almost impossible for me to come up with $700 in 1 week without being able to trying to survive. Okay? I said, I've been putting in job applications and no callbacks. I said, Dallas has been slow. That's why I left. I'm sitting around here waiting on Section 8. I seriously do not know what else you want from me. You're pushing me to a mental breakdown. So at that point, my anxiety had already started. It has started to build up because it's like, okay, here comes the negative. Everything's just so negative, negative, negative. It's just like I'm already stressed out. Why stress me out even more? Then she had the nerve to say, how much are you sending me today? Once again, it's never, hey, Mom, how you doing? I said, however much I can accumulate by 3 p.m. or whatever the 24-hour time is. At that time, I had $320 so far. She said, I'm probably going to do a daily plan. I say, a daily plan for who? I said, the rate will increase. Her suggestion was, instead, you asked to stay with one of us. I never asked to stay with neither one of my children. She didn't offer. Keep in mind, okay, I can't make this up. I know the stories sound crazy, but this is why I'm giving it to you straight, because it just really don't make sense when it's all said and done. I never asked to stay with anybody. She had me on the roof of her apartment complex, and I just told y'all that story, and it was my son that said, hey, you can come stay with me. And then y'all already know how that story went. Okay, you asked to stay with one of us, and Tavian offered. You're choosing not to stay there for whatever reason. You know that if you were to come to either one of our homes, it wouldn't have been the best predicament. You have a car, you can make money. Yeah, I'm making money and I'm giving it to you. The conditions are that you pay me back. I don't want to hear you're going to hotels, because now that's money that could have gone somewhere else. Really. You don't want to hear that I'm going to hotels because that's money that could have went somewhere else. I said, just leave the rate alone, please. She said, I've been helping, but you keep making it seem like I'm not. I would prefer at least $100 to go towards the new rental. So we at $360, right? Now she wants $360 plus an additional $100. That's $460. Where am I supposed to get $460 from? And I ain't took a shower in 3 days. I'm sleeping in the car. I need gas. I had tire issues and all this other stuff. Where am I going to get $460 from DoorDash to give you? Then she going to say, I can't trust you because you've been taking tolls. Then wouldn't even mention it until I get another charge. Well, we in Texas, and between Dallas, most definitely, you're going to take a toll, especially in the northern portion of the city where I'm primarily at. You're going to take a toll. So who cares if you get a toll bill or not? That toll bill is not going to outweigh the amount of money that I have given you for a vehicle. And whatever it is, I'll pay it. And whatever it has been, I paid it. I said, I don't have $50 to $60 a day. There's no way around the tolls. You have gotten every penny I have. I have nothing. I am trying. You have gotten everything I owe. Please, you are stressing me out even more. I can't even focus. Please, I'm tired to the core. I appreciate all the help, but this is stressing me out. She had the nerve to say, me too. She said, I'll see how much money you come up with by 2 p.m. I'm not extending the car for a full week. And I told her, I said, well, then what am I supposed to do? I said, it's like you taking everything I have. Then I'm left back to square one. I said, this is too much. I've given you over $3,000 just trying to survive. She said, have something to contribute towards the new rental. She said, I shouldn't be inconvenienced for something that has nothing to do with me. So in terms of me giving her this money, so how it goes is it's either a Zelle or I do an instant transfer through the DoorDash app. So those are liquid funds for me. When it comes down to her paying for the vehicle, it's credit. It's not liquid funds. Okay, my daughter has a damn good credit score with a damn good credit limit. So this little $300 that we talking about, it's really not touching anything when to truthfully, be honest with you. So she goes on to say about being inconvenienced for something that has nothing to do with her. Wow. Then she goes on at 2 o'clock. She come back at 2 o'clock. Now the anxiety is really hitting the roof for me. She say, were you able to come up with anything more? I need to know so I can decide what to do with the car. Wow. So basically you need to know if I came up with anything more so you can decide what you need to do with the car. I said, wow, that's crazy. I said $360. That's it for now. She said, if I extend this rental, are you going to have money to contribute to the new one, next week's rental? I told her, I said, with the sacrifice of not washing my behind in 4 days or not having anything to eat as of today, I'll send you whatever I have at the 24-hour period. which should have been 4 o'clock at this particular time, which technically is too late because you see she calling me at 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. She goes on to say Tavian has a shower. Okay, well, you can barely even get to Tavian house and utilize the shower. Help has been given to you. You won't make me feel bad. I'll extend until tomorrow. We'll do a daily rate until you get ahead and your DoorDash customer is calling, saying they're outside. I go on to say, well, I don't have any money that exceeds the weekly rate, so I don't know. I'm tired at this point, mentally tired. But okay, so around this time it's like 2:38. She come back, and this is where it heightens for me. Okay, the attack is really heightened. So she says $48 is due tomorrow at 3 p.m. and I'm sure once I return the car, it's going to charge for tolls. I don't know how much that will be. So if you're going to take them, please have the money once the car goes back. I said, what am I supposed to do tomorrow afterwards? Like, once you put me out this car, because I ain't gave you no extra money on top of whatever it was that you were supposed to have, what am I supposed to do? She said, I can't. I said, I can't afford to be without a car and no money. She said, do what you have to do to make daily payments. There's no reason why you should be in hotels. You need to cut down on your spending. I need to cut down on my spending, but everything it is that I'm spending money on consists of me surviving, living inside of this vehicle, make it make sense. I'm not buying nothing extra. I can see if I was an alcoholic or a drug addict or I smoked cigarettes or I had some type of vice that consists of me spending extra money it is that I really didn't have. She goes on to say, if you have $48 by 3 p.m., I'll extend. But the goal is for you to have 48 plus. That way you can cover the cost of your own rental. Baby, she laying out a whole plan for me, okay? She goes on to say, I'm not going to continue to lend you money for the rental when you have the money, but you're spending it unnecessarily. So, if you go over to YouTube, you'll see the video about the fish. I just told y'all about me cooking a meal, right? I sent her the picture of the meal. We talking about some fish. And truth be told, forgive me. Okay? It didn't come up out of my pocket. That's the long and short of it. She goes on to say, this doesn't make sense. Like, you seriously, are you serious right now? Like, I can't even cook a $10 bag of fish from Walmart. She said, this doesn't make any sense. You sleeping in hotels doesn't make sense. I'm noticing your priorities are elsewhere besides paying me back. It was 6 pieces of fish that I cooked for everybody to eat, and everybody ate off that one particular meal. So how was that not making sense? When it was all said and done, it wasn't as if like it was a 5-star meal. I said, so I'm not supposed to cook? I'm not supposed to cook a meal? I'm not supposed to eat? She go on to say, you can eat, but you have to be, stand by. You can eat, but you have to be cost effective. It would make more sense if you've been putting money aside and saving versus this. There's no way possible that you can save money when you in the streets, sleeping in the car. It's almost impossible. It's impossible. Like, first of all, we're going to talk about gas. Like, I'm driving too much. Maybe if I was sleeping in the car, maybe going to a job, then it say, okay, I probably could save some money. You get what I'm saying? Because the car is stable. I'm not spending $40 plus every 2 days for gas. Every time you look around, I need a meal, I need water, stuff is happening. I'm out here, I don't have no clothes. Make it make sense. She said you can eat, but you have to eat effective. You got to be cost effective. Somebody help me. I mean, what's cost effective when you stand outside in the streets? I mean, what is cost effective? Most of the stuff that I eat is a kid's meal. And I got somebody in this live over here that can vouch for me when it comes down to kava and a kid's meal. I will go get a kid's meal real quick. $6, $7 meal. And I tell people all the time, I make things look so easy. I tell people, don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. I make it look so easy. And in some situations, it may look like it's way more than what it is. But in all reality, it's not. There's no such thing as cost effective when you're living in the streets.
I don't have nowhere where I can maybe cook a pot of beans and some cornbread, or maybe even a refrigerator, a cooler, or something where I can be able to put some luncheon meat or something in there. But how can I be cost effective on anything when every time you look around, you're coming back and you're threatening me to take this vehicle from me? So I can't focus on the future. I can't focus on getting myself out this overall situation. Now I'm in survival mode, okay? Now the triggers are about to, they really about to go deep. She goes in and she says, it would have made more sense if you've been putting money aside and saving versus this. I've done all I could and this is the end result. My suggestion is to go back to Tavian House, do DoorDash, find a job. You don't need to be sleeping in hotels, and I don't need to be eating luxuriously. That's what she said. I don't need to be eating luxuriously. I didn't know salmon from Walmart was luxurious, baby. Make it make sense. And my kid's been eating luxurious meals, in her words, not mine, for a very long time. So make it make sense. She goes on to say, do what you have to do to save, because by the time you find a place to stay, you're going to need money for a security deposit. Now you're concerned about me having money for a security deposit when it's time for me to move. You don't even know what's going on with housing. Now you just talking out your head. I said, okay, wow, a $10 bag of fish, but okay. She goes on to say, soon I'm not going to continue to deal with this. I'm letting you know before it gets to that point. At that time, that was like 250. At that time, I went into that panic attack. I couldn't take it no more. I had somebody reach out to me and they was like, look, is there any way you can reach out to your son? Can you see if the money could be borrowed so you can get a hotel room? Because when I say that I went into, and if you've never experienced it, then it may not make sense. You grow up and you hear stories of, oh, you're going to send me into a nervous breakdown. Oh, you're going to send me into a mental breakdown, things of that nature. And in your mind, if this is something that you've never experienced, it will come off as if, all right, you're going into a nervous breakdown, you're going to a mental breakdown. This person is probably going to have to be hospitalized, and they're probably going to have to be in the hospital for some days or something to that nature. This is if you're, not knowledgeable about nervous breakdown and mental breakdowns. But I seriously went into one. Okay, some are mild, some are a little bit more stronger than others. All right, so with that being said, I went into it was full blown. Okay, it wasn't one of those small panic attacks that I could control. I couldn't control that one. My body completely went numb, down to the fingertips, down to the tingling, down to not being able to move the whole right side of my body. It almost feels like you're about to have a seizure or something to that nature. It's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling at all whatsoever. So when I get to that point, it's just like, okay, I know what's going to happen. I know what's to be expected. I know what I need to do. I need to stop. Now, I did not have a shower in 3-4 days. And we all grew up knowing that, hey, you go to the hospital, you take a shower, you change your underwear. I was not going to nobody's hospital. No way possible. I wind up opting out. Hey, Miss PJ, how you doing? 65. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I opted out to get the hotel because the person said they'll return the funds. So since they were going to return the funds, I had already had like $360 towards the car. And then with the cost of the incidentals, I think the check-in was like $140, somewhere up in there, $130, $120, $140, whatever it was. Whatever the dollar amount was, I needed to stabilize myself and I needed to put my health first at that time. So I went to the hotel. By the time I paid for that room and I paid for them incidentals, it was like $250 left. Me, I don't never get a chance to get a break. I've never had a break. I've been going since I was 15 years old. doing everything it is that I had to do to make sure that everything is done. No one have given me the opportunity to say, hey, you can sit down. You know, I don't have that leisure. You know, I'm always thinking about what's next. What's next? How do I get myself out of the situation? What is it that I have to do? I don't never get a break. And at this point, this is not good because now I'm out here without a shower, sleeping in the car. I can't get no rest. I ain't had my medication. I need to go sit down. So I sat down. I didn't take my meds at that time because I had everything in me to be able to get up and go out and finish dashing. So I want to say maybe around 7, 8 o'clock. After taking a shower, only thing I was able to put on was this damn dress because I didn't want to spend into the $250 because I need to send her that $250 for the cost for the rental. So I tried to go out, and I'm a big person of following your first mind because long time ago, follow me. Whoever this is, follow me. How you doing? Nice to meet you. Long time ago, I got to the point where I was almost raped by this guy walking down the alley, and he grabbed my neck. You may not be able to see it, but I had scratches there. And when I walked down that alley, he told me, he said, "Hi, what's your name?" And I said, "Why? What's your name?" As a determined, so he can continue on with wherever he was going. And he said, "My name is Larry." And then I got the car, but follow me. I got 15 people that's trying to follow this story. Bear with me. Thank you. I'm saying follow me. Follow the story. I'm in the middle of a story. Thank you. Felicia, good afternoon. So he said, "My name is Larry." And then from that point on, it was like I vowed to myself that I would always follow my first mind. So my first mind at that point of time told me, like, don't leave, don't go outside, sit down. That's what it said to me. And then I sat down and I continued on with the day. And I just hear the voice saying, "All right, get up at your normal time, get up at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and continue on and try to go ahead and get this 140 back. Because the last thing that I need is problems." Thank you so much. I do appreciate the support. Fancy pants. The last thing I need is problems from with her, with wanting to return this car. So $250, tried to transfer to $250, couldn't transfer to $250. At that point in time, we go back, and it's 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock at night, 9:42. She goes on, she says, "Hey, were you planning to send money tonight?" And I said, "I'm trying to adjust the time," which in fact, I was trying to adjust the time, meaning that since I can only send money one time with DoorDash, I needed to get to like a 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning or something. Not no 9, 10 o'clock at night. Then I have to wait 9, 10 o'clock at night the next night to be able to send this money. If I told you I had the money, why you keep on badgering me about how much at that time? $360. Now we talking about $360 after I've given her $3,000. But I'm not the one that's sitting around complaining to her that, "Hey, you got a job now. Hey, you done graduated college now. Hey, you know I still got $24,000 in student loans on my credit. When are you going to pay this $24,000 that's on my credit?" Her credit is good. She at 800, baby. I'm over here sitting at a hot 515, 520 and some change. I mean, I don't know what dropped off my credit the other day, but by the grace of God, something dropped off. You know, maybe it was one of those timeshares or something that I had. But now I'm down to being $35,000 in debt. And 24,000 of those dollars come from her and school. But you don't hear me complaining. You know, as a mother, I said, "Hey, focus on yourself first. Focus on your credit. Do whatever it is that you need to do for yourself first. I'll rather deal with mine on the later end. And then you got the nerves to be coming to me, talking to me about money. And this is what I be talking about when I talk about sacrifices. So I ain't go nowhere. That morning I got up, and when I got up, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, I got up, I tried to put them pants on, boom. When I say my body hit the floor, my body hit the floor. It hit the floor. I was like, oh no, I'm not ready. I'm not ready yet. My body was just not ready for it. I was not in a position to be able to do anything. So you go back, you go over to YouTube, you'll see the videos. One video that will probably stand out is me with shades on, laying in a bed. And I think that probably was maybe like Monday. We probably like on Monday or something. And I just laid in that bed, or whatever the case may be. And that person said, hey, you know, do you think you can probably come up with more money, you know, for today, where you don't have to go out and dash and be able to have somewhere to go when you get done dashing? You can just return back to a hotel instead of returning back to a car. And I said, I really don't have it, because I really need to get my daughter this money for this car. I really don't want to hear her mouth. But now I'm sitting here, I'm like, damn, if I'm not right, how can I be right for anybody else? If I'm not right, it's not like I'm getting up and I'm going to a job. I'm getting up and I'm getting in a car. I'm driving a vehicle. So if anything happens to anybody, that's my fault. So I'm going to seriously sit here and sacrifice $250 by not trying to get no rest. So I just went ahead, got another room. I knew the money was going to come right back to me. We just talking about $300 here. You know, we're talking about Austin. We're talking about the funds were coming a little bit faster. So $360, follow the math. So I go out, $360. I gave her $77. After giving her $77, I turned around and I gave her $45 to $228. I gave her $45. After giving her $45, I think I needed to put like $17 or something like that in a gas tank. After that 17, I think it came like a 55. After 54, 55, then I think it was like $65. So that was like the whole breakdown of how much I had gave her. 77, 45, 55, $65, plus an extra 28 that she already had, and maybe anything extra in between small that she had. But it's the calculation and it's the math for me. It's just too much. So she got what she got, and I think that probably was equivalent to maybe like $200 and some odd dollars, $200 and some change, which would have left me down to like $100, $140 or something to that nature. Whatever it was, she got it all the way up until that point. So at Monday at 2:28, she come back and she say, good afternoon. Were you planning to send anything? The car expires at 3 p.m. So that was the time that I started sending the funds. I said, good afternoon. My transfers. Nobody blocked you. I have not blocked nobody. You have not been blocked. I don't even know who you is. At this point in time, everything it is that I'm going through, I'm not in a position to block nobody. I need to be having an unblocked party if that's the case. So everybody can come over here. So I don't know who you are, but if you were blocked and if you coming from another page, my apologies. But as of today, as of most recent, I have not blocked you. I'm talking to you on the Crack of Dawn page. I have not blocked anyone as of recent. So if you were blocked at any point, it had to be months ago and maybe sometime last year. But if you did reach out and you were trying to be sympathetic, I do appreciate it. Thank you. Please and thank you. I do appreciate it. Sorry for any inconveniences that it may have caused you. Sincerely. So with that being said, my transfers has started back working. The transfers has started back working. They have been down. She come back, she say, okay, how much are you planning to send later? So damn, everything it was that I sent was not no. I don't know. You either trolling or whatever. But I gotta keep talking because I don't have time for all this. But ain't nobody block you. I don't have time. I got more stuff going on. All right. So anyway, we get to the point now where unless somebody else blocks you, I don't know. I may got a moderator, somebody out there. I don't know. So anyway, she goes on to say, okay, how much are you planning to send later? The balance is $330. Like I've already expressed to her about my health and everything it was that I had going on that was not good enough. She goes on to say, I have 13 minutes left before the car expires. She said, I haven't extended yet because I thought you were sending all the money. So you pretty much, in other words, want all of your funds at one time, on time. You get what I'm saying? Before you decide you're going to extend the car. And then from there, you seriously don't even know where I'm going. Like, I don't have nowhere to go at this point in time. So I said, once again, I'm having transfer issues. She said, you did a transfer at 2 p.m. on Sunday, which means Monday at 2 p.m. you should have been able to do another one. And again at 2 p.m. Baby, she down to the minute. If you had the money yesterday, why didn't you transfer the full balance instead of $77, knowing you can only do one transfer a day? I said, I don't have to lie to you. I'm tired, Mahogany. You are stressing me out in an already stressed out situation. I said, it's not making sense. She goes on, she said, it's not making sense. I'm not understanding why you didn't send the full balance. I'm not trying to stress you out, but you're doing the same thing to me by not sending the money or explaining why you don't have it. So she's stressed out about some money, but I'm over here stressed out because I need a shower, I need a hotel, I'm having medical issues and all this other stuff. She's going to say, I'm not renewing the car. Please return the car. So now you mad. She's mad now. Okay, because she didn't get all of her money at one time. Sad. She go on to say, I'm about to log you out of DoorDash. This was on Monday. I don't think she logged me out right then and there. She goes on to say, I'm not trying to stress you out. I have been trying to work with you, and you have been doing the opposite. She said, if I'm fronting you the cost of the rental, I need to know why you aren't able to pay me back on time. I mean, well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist when you're sleeping in the car. All right. She goes on to say, you have an entire week to come up with $300. The money came up with. I had the money. We're talking about $3,000 that she has gotten from me over the course of 30 days. So when it comes down to $300, that $360 was already gotten. Was I not supposed to go to get a hotel room and return the funds if someone said they were going to return the money? Make it make sense. It's not making sense to me at this point in time. Stand by. So after that, let me go back because we're on Monday now. Tuesday, whatever day it was. Let me go back because today is Friday. Wednesday. Tuesday. It's too much. And it's so triggering. Tuesday. God damn. Monday. We still back on Sunday. Wherever the hell we are, we're there. Okay, we're there. Sunday, Monday, whatever the day was. She go on to say, the money you're spending on hotels could be going to the balance you owe me. Tavian gave you a place to stay. Whether you stay with me or not, whether you stay with me or Tavian, it was going to be tension. And unfortunately, you have to learn to get over it. You're not going to get ahead not taking any help. I'm not trying to give you an opportunity to explain. I'm trying to give you an opportunity to explain why you didn't send the money you owed me yesterday plus the $49. She said, you're not explaining why. All you're saying is you're stressing me out. I go on to say, not ignoring you. Here we go with the temperature. Not ignoring you. She goes on to say, are you planning to call? Because she called me and I told her I was in the middle of dashing. So with that being said, give me a second to call you. Matter of fact, I don't even want to talk to you at this point in time because it's triggering for me. So I go on, and I said, I have intentions. I said, I'm doing orders right now. She goes on to say, I didn't renew the car. So that was Monday at 7 o'clock. Monday, 8/26. She said, can you try sending another payment? I'm trying to get impatient. Are you serious? What do you mean you starting to get impatient? None of this is making sense. I said, yep, as soon as this dash is over. She said, you owe me $285. How much will you be sending? I said, I'm still dashing and I'm waiting on some funds. I said, I'm looking at $53 right now. She go on to say, where's your money going? That's crazy. My money is going to you. She say, I'm literally at the point where I'm about to log you out. You told me you had the money yesterday. I really need an explanation, and I can't keep trying to give you that opportunity. I said, okay, 1 second. As soon as I stop, we have Monday, 9:56. She goes on to say, I need you to return the car tomorrow. So here it is. I let her have it. And now it's really triggering for me. This is like a real trigger. I say, I'm going to say this, and afterwards, I'm done. This entire situation has been extremely stressful and traumatic for me. Since you have rented me this car, you have not called just to say, hey, Mom, are you okay? Nothing about this is a good feeling. Nothing about this is a good feeling. The way you've been talking to me is as if it's a business transaction and you don't even know me. I slept on the roof of your apartment complex and you offered me a bathroom code. You never reached out to me to see if I was okay or even needed a shower. I went days without a shower. That's when Tavian offered for me to come, and then the girlfriend had an issue with me being there. So I had to go. Then Tavian said that it was okay for me to come back. Ever since I came back, they've been in the room and been leaving, and I've been leaving at 5 a.m. just not to be in the way. I told them most mornings, I don't even use the restroom to not be in their way. After driving all day looking for orders, I would return at night, not to just be in the way. Over the weekend, I slept in the car on your roof just to try to make sure that you had your money. Slept on your roof to make sure that you had your money. I'm buying gas. I'm buying gas every day. I have to eat. I have to buy things for myself as well. I said most days I go all day without eating until late. I said I had a few bucks to get a small meal to cook, and I shared that with everyone in the house. I said I have not cooked a home cooked meal in over 5 months. Stand by. The fish that you compared of me eating, that was so luxurious. I only paid $10 for that and barely had enough for that. After cooking, I barely ate because I didn't even have an appetite with being so stressed out. I went to Section 8 on Tuesday and they told me that I would have to have a hearing to provide my eviction documents, that I would not be able to receive my voucher immediately. The job did not hire me. And in that moment, I knew that I would not be able to continue to go in circles in Dallas with minimum income. I did what was best for me. I came to Austin to do deliveries while waiting on a date for my hearing. Tavian is off Tuesday through Friday. Under the circumstances, I don't want to be in their way as much. So I left with $2 in my pocket and a little gas. Once getting here, I had got my period. We talked about that. And didn't have no clothes, yada, 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 so on and so forth. Went on to tell her I slept in the car for 2 days before I had money to do anything. Okay. I also told her that I was able to get a $40 room that had roaches for 2 days just to keep myself clean. I said the entire weekend I slept in the car while it was raining with a flat tire. I had a mental nervous breakdown. I'm on 4 medications that I can't take due to having to drive and being exhausted. I said I had a full-blown panic attack to the point where I could not move. All right. My body was completely numb and tingling. It was either go to the hospital or go to a hotel. I needed a shower, so I didn't feel comfortable with going to a hospital. And in fear of them admitting me for my extreme anxiety, depression, I didn't go to the hospital. Went on to tell her how my psychiatrist prescribed me new meds the other day. I told her that I only have one person that I could have confided in that point, and that's when they told me that they would return the money for the room, which they did. I told her after being so incompetent for an hour, I found a nearby hotel to rest. I said I didn't have any clean clothes to wear and didn't have the money to purchase anything. I said, no, what the hell is that? I say I'm still walking around with the same dirty clothes on. Still walking around with the same dirty clothes on. I tried to go out last night to get the funds back, but my body shut down again. Tried to transfer the $250 or so, but I had to pay for the incidentals. DoorDash would not allow me to transfer anything. Told her about how I had to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. My body was hitting the floor. My eyes were weak. How I had to make an executive decision. Everything it was that I just told y'all. I told her sleeping in the car has taken a major toll on my body and my mental health and everything. I went on to tell her how stressed out I am and trying to get you your money and survive. I can't even eat right now. I've given you everything. Someone will send me funds tomorrow to replace my room costs. I went on to tell her how Austin was so much better for me with deliveries and compensation, but my body is still weak and I can barely stand. I told her I appreciate her for helping me and I understand her concerns, but the way that you've been talking to me feels like abuse. Then I went on to share stories with her, some stories that most mothers probably don't even want to share with their daughters, their kids overall as a whole. But sometimes in life you wonder why my mom is this way, or why this, or why that, or whatever the case may be. So I went on and I told her, I said, back in the day, I've experienced a lot with men. And this situation reminds me of that. Having to appease people just so they don't hurt me or so I'm not left without. If I don't hurry up and send her this money, she's going to take this car. It's Sunday. She probably going to want to return the car and I have nothing left. Let me not get nothing to eat. Let me not buy a pair of pants or put gas in the car, etc. because I have to come up with this money. Because if I don't, I will be forced to the streets and on 2 feet. I really wanted to try to find a little job or something down here while I was waiting for my hearing, but I don't think that's going to work considering the situation. And I did have a job interview, phone interview, actually, down there in Austin, but of course, that's not going to work. I said over $3,000 spent, and I'm just trying to survive. So I'm probably going to have to go to the hospital anyway, when I get back to Dallas. I said the funds will be delivered tomorrow, but my plan now is to take my medicine and try to rest my mind. No money for food, etc. I said I'll be up tomorrow to get you whatever I owe you. You don't have to explain yourself to me. I'm just tired overall as a whole. Thanks for everything. So that was that. She come back. Her response was, I need you to return the car. Baby, that's all she care about. Thank you, Queen Medals, for the heart me. I do appreciate it. That's all she care about is this doggone car. She said, you wanted a place to stay. That kills me with the reverse psychology and the narcissism to the point where I never did ask nobody for a place to stay. I asked for help with a vehicle. Tavian offered for me to come, my son. And she said, and Tavian gave you a place to stay. She said, it's hard for me to have compassion for you when you left Tavian house. I'm trying to figure out at what point did I leave Tavian house, because I never did say I wasn't coming back. Nobody said that I was not going back. I just left so I can be able to do what I need to do. I said yesterday, went on to tell her, I said, you blaming me for everything and I'm tired. I said, he asked me to come because you had me sleeping on your roof. I'm trying to give them space, and that's a problem. I leave to get better orders, and that's a problem. I'm telling you about my mental health, and that's a problem. Everything is a problem with you. She went on to tell me, it doesn't matter if you can't get along with the girlfriend or if you feel uncomfortable. It's expected. Are you serious? Who are you talking to? I said, nothing that I do is good enough for you. I try to tell you what's going on, and you are still complaining. I am tired. Her only response was, return the car tomorrow. That was on Monday. We're still on Monday. It's like 11 o'clock at night at this point. I went on to tell her, I said, I hope it makes you feel better, this phone. I hope it makes you feel better that you have kicked your mother once again while she was down. I said, I'm tired. Consider me dead at this point. Tuesday, 12:41. She said, good afternoon. When will you be back to return the car? Now, by this time, she done basically got most of the money that she needs. Now, the money that she's counting at this point in time, now she's counting the days. You count Monday, you count Tuesday. You can't count these days because I ain't even had an opportunity of even making any money these 2 particular days that she's counting. So she say, I still owe the rental company $234 plus the charges for not extending the rental and whatever they're going to charge for tolls. You coming up with all these extra astronomical fees don't even have nothing to do with me because now you're doing something that was outside the terms of our agreement and what it was that we agreed upon. Now you hit me with all this extra stuff on a Tuesday. Now here it is. I'm out. I had probably already did like 2-3 orders, and those last orders I had sent her $65. Now let's also keep in mind that since we're on like Tuesday and I had checked into that hotel room like Sunday, Monday, those incidentals have got returned back to me in lieu of $100. So she was able to have that returned back to her as well, the incidentals, because it wasn't the incidental money that I needed. It was just a money for a room. I'm just trying to figure out what's the problem. And I told her, I said, well, good afternoon. I said, and after I return, stand by. I said, good afternoon, 102 on Tuesday. I said, good afternoon, and after I return the car, what do you expect for me to do? I've been sleeping in the car trying to survive. I have nowhere to go. I have given you well over $3,000, and I had an emergency, and it was hard for me to do anything. Sorry that this has been an inconvenience for you to wait a day or two for $200. This information, you know, without a vehicle, I have nothing. I said, now this is your mother talking to you. As a human being who goes out to serve the homeless population, and as a caseworker who goes to work to assist abused children and families, how could you see your own mother on the streets without anything? I don't think you understand what is truly going on here. And I don't know who you talking to or who is in your head, but I truly believe that you need to come back to reality of things. Your mother has been sleeping in the car that you provided, and at times on your roof. Your mother has been dashing just to survive, to have somewhere to go. None of this is making sense. And we're not going to continue to bring my son into it, because it wasn't until he realized that I was on your roof before he even offered. I said, you have gotten all of your money. You have gotten all of your money. Negative $200 or so that I'm out here dashing for. Everything, I have nothing. I have not even eaten today. I'm still in the same clothes after a week. All right, I'm back. $200. You have gotten all of your money. $200 or so that I'm out here dashing for. After giving you everything, I have nothing. Have not eaten today, still in the same clothes. All you care is about your money. I have nowhere to go. I think we have gotten to that point. I said, you pushing me to a corner with a sign, and is that what you really want? She goes on to say that she would prefer for me to stay with my son, and then it would have been okay for me to keep the car. But you still talking about money, so what difference does it make? Now she's all over the place with it. And pay me on time. She said, I can see you're making $800 a week. $800 a week. If you take $360 from $800, like I said earlier, that's $400, $450, $500, whatever it is. Gas, food, whatever. Surviving. Like, I'm outside. Then she go on to say, you don't want to stay with my son, and that's the problem. You expect for me to continue renting a car for you that you're not paying for because you keep staying in hotels. I only stayed in 2 hotels when I was in Austin, and those were discounted hotels. Outside of that, when it was all said and done, it may have been points, a point stay, or whatever. Yeah, decent hotels that was discounted. But if I need somewhere to sleep and I need somewhere to take a shower, or I can't breathe, then what is the problem? I'm on YouTube. Give me a second, I'll call you right back. Then what is the problem? She said, you don't want to stay with him. And that's your problem. You expect for me to continue renting this car for you that you're not paying for because you keep staying in hotels. That's what I said. But who left his house? I don't have to sit around there every day. You give people their space. I'm not making money in Dallas. I came to where it works for me and I can get things done. So I don't think you understand these hotels are discounted at a very low rate. Then she goes on to say, I left my son's house and me staying in hotels with the same money I could be using for a rental. So instead of paying for a hotel, I can take that hotel money and I can give it to her. That sounds so selfish because you're getting all your money that you're supposed to get for a rental. Why would I give you anything extra, or why would I try to give you anything extra when I'm in a position of not even having nothing at this point in time? Like, you're not even saying, hey, mom, you can take extra money and try to do something else with yourself or pay a bill or something. Nothing to that degree. Everything is about money and paying her. And she go on to say, you left a house with lights and water to sleep in a car. Now, this is where it gets contradicting, because my son never did offer for me to come to his house until he realized that I was sleeping on her roof. And she didn't care about me having lights or water then when I was on her roof for 2 weeks. Then she goes on to say, it's logical, doesn't make sense. Goes on to say how I have stability at my son's house, but all I had to do is DoorDash and return to his house. If the girlfriend got a problem with me being there after they didn't already put me out twice, who's going to continue to go around there and sit? Like, that's an uncomfortable situation when you're trying to get yourself together and you leave out and somebody call you and say, okay, you no longer want to hear. You got to go. You got to leave tomorrow. I can get you a hotel room. Come on now. Like, I can admit when I'm wrong. I really can. She's going to say, you don't want to do that. I can't help you. If you don't see an issue with how you're choosing your life right now, I don't know what to tell you. Are you serious? What do you mean? How am I living my life? I got evicted from my house because the maintenance man forced himself into my unit. You go over to YouTube, you'll see that video. He forced himself into my unit when I was already injured. I have an open assault case with the city of Dallas still, where a detective was assigned to the case back in April of 2025. From that point on, when it was time for me to renew my lease, my apartment complex said no, they did not want to renew. Considering the fact that I could not work, as far as my fees that I needed to pay, $200-300, that $200-300 accumulated. It accumulated to the point where I had got up to maybe probably 17 at this point, because I had a garage on my unit. Got up to $1,700. But what I'm not is slow. Okay. So what I did know is that I had a security deposit, and each and every one of y'all out there know that I had a security deposit of $1,700. So if I had a security deposit of $1,700, why would I exceed any payments past that $1,716? That doesn't make sense. So that's what I didn't do. I did not exceed that $1,716. Since they did not want to renew, I'm sorry, let me reword that. Since they did not want to sign a new lease, they decided that they was going to take me to court for possession only. No money owed. You could not sue for fees in Texas. All right. Now, on the flip side, when they took me to court for eviction, it was already a current contract on my apartment unit for April 1st, 2026. And it's a whole nother story. April 1st, 2025 to April 2026. So that was like a violation of the contract, really, technically, because I didn't have no type of violations on my unit. If I had issues at the unit, protocol is for the landlord to notify the legal department, which is who I'm waiting for this hearing. Once they notify legal will notify you and say, hey, you're at grounds for termination for XYZ elemental P. And the 1, 2, 3 wasn't adding up behind it, because they never did notify anybody, because you know why? They were still collecting money throughout the whole overall eviction. August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. And still collecting money for me to be there throughout this whole eviction process. So as I was talking back and forth to the judges, filing appeals, speaking of appeals, I need to write up my brief because my case right now is in the Supreme Court. My case right now is in the Supreme Court. It is now the Supreme Court level status. I didn't have no money or anybody to represent me to the point where I'm representing myself. So today's Friday, and I think the brief is due the 27th. I think it's due the 27th, which is Monday. I don't know how. I don't know how, but I need to go ahead and just try to get this done. So I need to write up the brief that goes to the Supreme Court. Throughout the overall eviction process, I'm back and forth from JP court to civil court. They wind up evicting me. All the videos are there. The writ of possession, I made sure that they came to put me out. When it was time to go get new moving papers, what happens is if you owe a landlord any funds, they will not give you a new voucher. Now, in my case, it was like a catch-22 because they knew I was going to eviction, but they didn't quite understand. Legal department was supposed to reach out to me back late 2025, never did get to me. They looking at it like, okay, we just sent out a check for the month of April for your unit. You telling us that you're not there? You telling us that you didn't move? So that's what it's looking like. And they saying, well, last time we checked, you know, you owed $1,700, $1,900, whatever it was. So that's the purpose of the hearing, is to go to the hearing and let the hearing officers know, hey, I don't owe anything. Hey, this is a retaliation case. Hey, I have an open criminal case with the, with the maintenance guy, to the point where they evicted me and I didn't have no lease violations, to the point where no money is owed, where they took all of my security deposit to replace everything, where I'm at $0. So what life am I choosing right now? Sitting waiting for housing to come back to me? So with that being said, that's the short synopsis of it, right? And then she go on to say, me not being able to shower and eat could have been avoided. And I'm saying all that because I'm going to get to that portion in a minute. She's saying me not being able to shower, eat, could have been avoided. Like I could have went to my son's house. Now, at this point, I don't even know what day we at, child. She could go on to talk about her being upset. She said, we offer the help that we can, and you continue to expect more. And when the help is not enough, you blame us. You have a car. You have a place to sleep. And what is the issue? I'm trying to figure out what is the issue, because here it is. I'm giving you your money. I'm doing DoorDash. Like, what else is it that y'all want? I'm not complaining I'll talk about the resources in one moment. I'm not complaining about sleeping in the car. I'm not complaining about leaving my son's house and not being in his way. I'm just doing what I gotta do to move on. Whatever that is I gotta do to get to the next step, then that's just what it is. That's just where it boils down to. Like I said, once again, I slept on her roof for 2 whole weeks. And it wasn't even this much to talk about to be said. Okay. So, now at this time, you keep on trolling over there because I need you to help the algorithm. Who is this? DB. When it comes down to resources. So, I just call myself a member of the community, because what I do is, everybody knows, I go out, I feed the homeless, I feed the friends. Not only that, I sold cell phones, provided cell phones, government cell phone services to the homeless community. We don't call them homeless. We call them the friends. So resources, services here in the Dallas area are to a minimum. You got places like the Bridge, places like the Stew Pod, people, they go hang out at the library, but everything is concentrated down to one area. So The Supot, the Bridge, those are like daily shelters. Austin Center, those are like other shelters, but more so geared towards people that have substance abuse issues. I myself, I really don't qualify for shelters that they really have here, because when it comes down to women's shelters, they are to a minimum. So you either have to be a woman with a child, a senior, substance abuse, of course they're gonna drug test you, and you have to make sure that you don't have no type of you have to make sure that you don't have no type of criminal background when it comes down to domestic violence when you're going into a family shelter. So since I didn't had all that court stuff going on with that ex-boyfriend, they'll look into that and they'll see like, okay, you don't qualify because you have a violence past. So that's kind of like how it looks, that's kind of like how that goes. The resources, the help that I needed was a vehicle to be able to generate funds, to be able to generate money, and to be able to move accordingly while I'm sitting around here waiting for a hearing, and to try to find a job. I was not going to sit around here too much longer and wait for housing. The plan was to go ahead and just try to find a job. Let's go find me a small apartment or something. Thank you so much. I'll look into that. Thank you, Ladybug. I do appreciate it. Always for one, I appreciate it. DB, I see you. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I'll look into all the resources and see if any of those resources that are more fitting for me and my overall situation. So that's a long, short synopsis when it comes down to the resources. So I was fine up until this point because she turned the DoorDash off. Let me just go back into that. I'll look into it. Thank you. Thank you so much. She turned the DoorDash off. I went on to tell her how I was put out the first day. Like, don't nobody want to return back to somewhere where they was put out. Then you ask me to come back. Then they've been trapping themselves inside the room. I'm like, I'm not going to be in nobody's way. I cooked the meal. She called it luxurious. How much more money do I owe you so I can give you your money? Like, because I'm so tired of talking about money. Like, this is every day that we keep on talking about money. Then I went on to tell her, you can't force me to Tavian's house. I said, I was on your roof for 2 weeks before I went to Tavian's house. Sleeping in the car, no access to food or water. Thank you for sharing this live. Just a bathroom code. I'm doing what works for me so I can move forward. There is no money in Dallas. How much more do I owe you? Because I'm so tired of talking about it at this point in time. And she goes on to talk about how hard they work for what it is that they got and the things that they have. She goes on to say, who cares if they're stuck inside their room? Then she goes on to say, I am the one that made my son and his girlfriend feel the way that they do. Then she goes on to say, Tavian, my son, asked me to leave. So if you know that Tavian asked me to leave because the girlfriend didn't want me there, at what point you were going to step in and call and say, hey, Mom, are you okay? Hey, Mom, where are you at? Where are you staying? She did not even once call to ask me where I was at. Was I okay when I was asked to leave? So if you knew this information, then why would you continue to try to push me back there? It's not a healthy situation. I said, so with that being said, I let people have their space. Blame it on me. Now at this point, she's going into circles. I'm going to put this in a short synopsis. She's going into circles. She says, right, let them have their space, which resulted me sleeping in the car, not being able to shower. She goes on to say, don't blame her. She goes on to say, am I not choosing to return the car? She said, it's literally that simple. Go to Tavian's house and do DoorDash, but you don't want to do that. You are choosing your lifestyle. I go on to tell her, I said, I don't have to go to Tavian's house. It's that simple. She told me, she said, all right, I'm about to report the car stolen. I said, when I was on your roof, you didn't have anything to say. Then she go on to say, I don't have to allow you into the home that I pay bills at. So you can't control me. All you care about is your money, and I have given you just that. I don't have anything. What difference does it make where I do DoorDash? You are acting no different than Danielle. And everybody that know who Danielle is, they know. Pee-wee 22, good afternoon to you. I told her, I said, I raised you for years. How could you say such a thing? If someone doesn't want me in their home, just like you, then why would I be there? Like, it's seriously not making sense. I said, so you take my last dime, then you log me out of DoorDash. All right, so to catch y'all up, we on Friday. So now we're at like Tuesday, I think it was like Tuesday, Wednesday afternoon or something like that. I had went to go do an order. And when I went to go do that order, it's like she was tracking me on the app. And from that point on, boom, she logged me out of DoorDash. So now we got a car that's just been sitting for the last 5 days, not generating no money at all whatsoever. So she's starting to act real abusive towards me. This is abuse behavior. Okay, and I'm going to say it like this, and I said it once before. Let's continue to stick to the facts of it, okay? Even though this is my daughter, abuse is abuse. So her actions would not have been, I'm gonna put it to you like this. If she was a man doing everything it is that she have done to me, then he would have been the worst person in the world. If he would have logged me out of DoorDash, if he would have taken the car, threatened to call the police, cut off access to my money, I didn't have nothing, no water, no shower, no food, no nothing. It would be way worse. So let's just stick to the facts and not, focus on it being a female. Because for sometimes in some situations, females can have a little bit more pass than men, but abuse is abuse when it's all said and done. Then she goes on to say, giving you one more opportunity to return the car before I report it. Now I'm in Austin. You already know there's no way for me to get back to Dallas to return the car. And the car is in your name, so you should be the one that should be returning this car. I went on to tell her, I said, no clothes, no food, no hotel, nothing. At this point, I'm stranded because now I can't even get out here to dash. I can't even get out here to generate money. You not wanting to continue to rent this car from me, that's one thing. But you didn't cut off my source of my livelihood, So, phone is going hot. So she keep on asking me, am I going to return the car? So I'm letting her speak for documentation purposes. She goes on to say, or if you decide you want to stay in Austin and make on-time payments to the car, that would have been fine. So make your mind up. You want me to go to Dallas? You want me to stay in Austin? Whatever. Either way it go, you cut the dash off and you want me to return the car. She said, but you can't do that. So there's no reason to be in Austin sleeping in hotels. She said, I'm not about to wait for hours for a response. Am I going to return the car? I told her ass, I said, listen here, you can't control me. The girlfriend did not want me in her house. You have gotten every dime that I had. Okay? Every dime that I had. I have no clothes, no food, no hotel, nothing. At this point in time, she left me stranded in Austin. She goes on to say, you've literally made we back to this 800. Okay? Back to this 800. And she goes on to say, at this point in time, all I owe her is 150. She said the math is not adding up. She goes on to say that she's not trying to control me, but I don't see it no other way. All right. So she's talking. We still on Tuesday, 2:47. I'm still letting her know that you got me out here messed up. And I went on to tell her that my son don't want me at her house. You have logged me out of DoorDash. I cannot make any money. You couldn't even wait for the person to give me the money to return it back to you. And the person did return me back the money to give it back to her. So that was covered. So that wasn't even an issue. I talked about my health to you and me needing a hotel room, and you had nothing to say. This is the only time that I had a room, as if I'm not supposed to get rest and take a shower. No gas, no money, no food, no nothing. Said it's impossible for me to go anywhere. You have taken everything. I said, this is a form of abuse and this is a form of control. I said, this is traumatizing for me. She said, okay, I've already explained my side and we're not agreeing. I said, everything is your way. Went on to tell her about my past once again. And I said, men used to make me do things their way in order to receive help. And this is how you're treating me. I said, I'm tired. I said, things are not moving fast enough for you, and it's a problem. I said, I've given you over $3,000. I've given you over $3,000. And she go on to say that it's not her problem. What it is that I went through, it's not her problem. Okay? All right. Stand by. Short synopsis. Went on to talk about how she all care about the money. We already got to the bottom of that. We already know we gave her over $3,000. We already know that. I'm tired. I'm done. I can't eat. I'm messed up at this point. She go on to tell me that she's not changing her mind. So at that point, I told her, I said, life is no longer living. Good luck with yours. I'm walking the streets at this point. I'm no longer with the vehicle. I have no gas, but you obviously don't care. And that was whatever day that was, 3:32 on Tuesday. 3:32 on Tuesday. And from that point on, that's when I drove back, parked the vehicle, consolidated all of my things. Once everything was consolidated, that's when I was talking to y'all about being stranded, not having no money, not having no food. I seriously was out here bad, without nothing. Somebody turned around, did buy me a pizza. That was like Wednesday. I'm losing track of the days. So I was able to eat like that one day or something. I can't remember. I think that was Tuesday that I had the pizza. Yeah, it was Tuesday that they brought the pizza. It wasn't Wednesday. That somebody that's not even here actually got, the food delivered to me. And this is crazy because this is my son calling. And at this point in time, I don't want to talk to him either. Matters have gotten worse. And I'm going to get to that in a second. And I told her Wednesday at 1:20, I'm out here in the same clothes from 7 days ago. No money for food. I said, I stopped at the bus stop yesterday. I said, did you call the police? Here we go about the money. She said, you still owe me $140. Not to mention all the fees, and they're going to charge because the car is in return. So we're at Wednesday, and I'm just sitting around here now at this point in time, not being able to generate no money. I'm still stuck in Austin at this point. And I went on to tell her, I said, like, you could have gotten all your money yesterday, but you locked me out of DoorDash. I said, no reason to lock me out of DoorDash. And that's how money was being generated. And I'm asking her, did she call the police? She told me, it doesn't matter. Can you tell me where the car was left? And I said, you know what? I'm stuck in another city with nothing. I said, can you please give me the login so I can at least make the rest of the money? 3:05, she come back 4:47 on Wednesday asking me, where did I put the car? Goes on to say, I logged you out of DoorDash because you weren't paying me back, instead of prioritizing other things, such as trying to survive, keep a hotel room. She got all her money, all $3,000 of it. She said, I kept saying I didn't have a problem with you being in Austin, but everything is contradicting. She keep on talking about me having a free place to stay with my son, but that was not a healthy environment. I never did say that I was leaving my son's house. I just said that I left to be able to generate more money, And then she goes on to say that I didn't have to sleep on the bus stop, that I choose to leave the car. But why not leave the car if somebody keep on telling you, hey, I reported the car stolen. What are you supposed to do? The same car. I'm getting to it. I'm in the same car. Why would I drive the car? Why would I even be with the car if the car was reported stolen? So I'm keep on trying to ask her, did she report the car stolen? And she can't even get to the bottom of it. Okay. And then she keep on talking about this money. Then she also goes on to say, me paying a car dealership is no different from paying her. Then she wants to know, why am I scrambling to pay her $300? Then she says she know that I did not spend $800 on food, gas. She said it doesn't make sense if I was sleeping in the car. that I not spend $800 on food, hotels, and gas? I mean, yeah, because $360 of that went to you. And I went on to tell her about my health and my hygiene and being tired and just completely being ignored. Like, all of this is being ignored. I said, I explained to you and that someone was going to supply the funds to replace, and you didn't hear it. You know, gas and food. Like, how many times do I have to explain to her that I'm living in this car? Happy Friday, elevator, whoever you are. And she goes on to tell me about my health issues. She said, even with your health issues, you should have had the money is not adding up. Of course I care about your health. Yada, 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 yada. Going on and on and on. So we're on like Wednesday. Because today's Friday, yesterday was Thursday. And then so at that point, once I come to a conclusion that she did not call the police, in my mind, the first thought process was to get to a nearby city where I somewhat know somebody. Because if I go back to Dallas, it's a dead end. Going back to Dallas would be a dead end. So let me get somewhere close, because at this point, she just want me to return the car back to the nearest Hertz. She already know that I'm not in Dallas. So with that being said, if I drop it off at a nearby location, then it's going to be additional fees. So I said, well, let me get somewhere where it could possibly work, because now with me being here in Austin, it's just a dead end. Okay. Then she had the nerve to ask me, like, which hotel was the car parked at? And I told her, I told her what a car, was. And I said, okay, you got to be kidding me. I know you're not about to have them come get a car and have me completely on the streets after giving you all my money when I don't even have food to eat, clothes to wear, or anywhere to go, with all my stuff after giving you well over $3,000 when I only owe you $100. After you have cut off my only source of income, which was DoorDash, while sleeping in the car for the past 30 days. So you cut off my money supply, survival, and transportation. All right. And then she keep on talking about me going to stay with my son. Like, obviously my son don't want me there, because now at this time I am talking back and forth to my son throughout me having a conversation with her, and never did once did my son say, all right, Mom, well, just go ahead and just come back, or am I coming back, or whatever the case may be. She goes on to say, you don't really need a car because you're not having any improvements. How can you say I'm not having any improvements? Of course I'm not having any improvements, because I'm giving you everything it is that I have. I don't have room for improvements. She said, it seems like the only thing you're able to do is afford food. And she go on to tell me that I need to just go to my son's house, apply for a job, and apply for food stamps. Lord Jesus, fix it. So sit in the house and apply for government assistance. Like, girl, like, some of this shit is, we can't make up. She said, all the car is doing is keeping me in the same cycle, which means it's useless. She said, I'm not saving any money. How could I possibly save any money when I'm giving you all the money that I'm making for the vehicle? And even the little bit of extra that I am making, you still want that. And then you still worried about me buying a $10 bag of fish instead of going to a fast food restaurant and spending $13 just for one meal. All right. So she said, I'll have shelter if I go to my son's house. And then just trying to see if she's going to turn this DoorDash off. DoorDash back on. She still ain't turned that DoorDash back on. So when I wind up going to Houston, I had made it to Houston. Okay. I went on to tell her how this is not fair. That you have gotten every single dime. I have given you everything. I said, I can't be out here without a car and money. I said, you're stressing me out again. I said, you don't want me in your house, and neither does anyone else want me in their house. I said, you can't force me to anybody else's house. Then, after that, short synopsis, she's like, oh, well, I didn't want to rent you a vehicle, but I did. And Tavian may not have wanted you in his house, but he said that you could have came. She said, no, I can't force you to Tavian's house, but you can't force me to help you either. This is not about me trying to control you. Unfortunately, the rental is in my name, which means I have the say-so over it. I can control my money and anything that I own. You can't control something that was never yours. If you don't like it, get your own rental. I no longer feel comfortable renting the car. I've done enough. I could have continued to rent it if you stayed at Tavian house, but once again, Tavian don't want me there. She says it's a financial responsibility thing to do. Then she goes on to say, I can have them come get the car, or would you like to drive it to Dallas? She sent me $11 for food on Wednesday. You sent me $11 for food. I went on to let her know how this was not fair and that how I'll be out on the streets with nowhere to go. I said, at this point, I have to find help. Because after I didn't giving you everything, what do you expect for me to do? Her only response is, okay, what's the address to the hotel so she can have them come pick up the car? I said, so you seriously going to put me out? I said, I don't have a hotel or anything. It's basically like, go to Tavian's house. Then that's when she went on Wednesday night to say that she tracked the car and she knew that the car was in Houston yesterday. So to catch you guys up, now here it is. I'm in Houston Wednesday night. All right. Plan was to try to see my baby before I left. And I didn't get the opportunity to see her. Everything it is that I had of her has been taken out of the storage. All right. So I didn't get an opportunity to see her. I wound up making my way back to Dallas because I needed to go to housing at this point in time. And I need to figure out what was going on. So I made it back to Dallas at maybe like 8:30 yesterday morning. Still out here. Dressed. In this dress, child. And I said, good morning. Are you able to turn the DoorDash back on if I go back to Dallas? I said, I have nowhere to go. And Tavian don't want me at his house. She sent me back this voicemail.
I'm calling from Hertz on a recorded line regarding an extension for your overdue rental vehicle. Your rental is overdue, and I'm calling to help with an extension. If you don't return it or extend, there could be legal or collection action.
No empathy, no compassion, no consideration. I'm your mother. I'm human. Been sitting out here in the car for days, weeks. Nowhere to go, no food, no nothing. Then she goes on to say, I can turn the DoorDash back on, but I'm not renting the vehicle for it. It never was her money. It was all of my money. I got every receipt that was given to her. So, bees with honey, right? I said, well, is there any way to at least extend the rental so I can get the money for it? Because now whatever it is that you sitting here saying that I owe you, whatever it is that you say that I owe you, I want to make sure you get your money. Because I don't want no problems when it's all said and done. You know what I'm saying? It's already bad enough we're on Thursday and I have not generated any money doing DoorDash. Have not eaten, have not changed my clothes. And since last week, I still got the same dress on. So I don't have nowhere to go. All my stuff I had to throw away or give away. I said, I'm out here with no clothes. Once again, been out here in this dress for a week. She go on to say that she can't extend the car because she don't have money. That's a lie. All right, we already know that's a lie. When you know your kids, you know. When you know, you know. She say, if you are, now she goes on to say, if you are not using the car, I ask that you return it to the nearest Hertz. So one moment you're telling me that the car is stolen. One moment you're telling me that I can't use the car. The next minute, now you're telling me that if I am not utilizing the car, return it to Hertz. But I thought you didn't have no money. But I thought you didn't extend. And I thought you called the police. At this point in time, it's too confusing. So that's when I was on the phone with y'all yesterday. So y'all saw them videos of me sitting outside talking about consolidating all my stuff and being stranded. That was at that very moment, at this text message very moment, that I started getting all of my stuff together. Because I ain't got time to be going no jail. You get what I'm saying, for a stolen vehicle, not knowing what she done or even where her headspace is at. Now her car is parked downstairs on her floor level. Car's been parked there for the longest. Her birthday is on Sunday. We've already had a conversation about how she said that she might go out of town because she want to get to the beach somewhere. So if I have to guess, I have to say that she's out of town. So you leave and you go out of town without, at least to the bare minimum, keeping the DoorDash on, at least to the bare minimum, extending the rental. And if you just wanted to return the rental when you got back, then okay, fine, that would have been fine. But you gone, and you got me out here on your roof messed up to the core, even in a worse off situation than I was before, because at least at some point, for at least a day or two, I could go to Tabian house and maybe be able to commute there. Now that's not even an option, because now the girlfriend then got back in his head. So now I'm talking to y'all, and I'm outside yesterday, and I'm talking about how I don't have nowhere to go because I parked this car. So the car was parked. So somebody asked me, hello, Blondie, good evening to you. Thank you for the follow, Barbara, 799. Y'all, somebody had asked me, was I still in the same car? I'm still in the car. I'm still in the car, because where was I going to go yesterday? It was raining. It was wet and it was cold. And I clearly, I'm gonna pay in the phone. Clearly, out here with all my stuff in my bags, like, where was I going? Then my phone was going dead, and I was just like, okay. After conversing with her, it got to the point where I realized that she ain't called the police. So then I go on and I say, where's all the money that I gave you? What do you mean if I'm not using the car? I said, I've been sleeping in the car. Now, what am I supposed to do? I said, where are you? Because I'm already feeling that she's not here, because if she was in Dallas, then from that point on, even her verbiage, she's very well versed, if that makes sense. So going back to maybe like Tuesday, Wednesday, everything she said was as if she wasn't here. So that's what kind of like rung a doorbell, because she was too adamant about me returning the car back instead of coming back to Dallas and having her return it. I can understand if I was in Austin returning it somewhere, but if I'm in Dallas, why do I need to return it when you can just come and return it for me? Then once I drop this car off, then where am I going? Now we back to $140. You still owe me $140. I know you ain't still talking about no damn money when I ain't been able to generate no money, no food, no nothing. You still owe me $140, which is your balance from last week. The car hasn't been paid since Monday. I mean, well, you turned the DoorDash off. So what else were we supposed to do? Okay. She said, you left the car so you're no longer using it. Keep on talking about this money. She said, I don't know where you're going, because the option you had, you didn't want to go, which is to Tabian house. And we're going to get to Tabian in a minute. It's two of them. Usually what they do is one at a time. It's one at a time. They stick together. Then the other one got my back. But then it's times where they team up with each other, and it's just a full-blown force. So this is what I'm dealing with right now. They like this right now. They working hand in hand together. Here we go. Last night, 4:08. I said, you turned the DoorDash off. How did you expect for me to eat? Have somewhere to sleep? Make money for whatever? I said, you totally disregarded my attack. Been out here for 4 days without a place to go. No clothes, no food. You talking about how much I owe you. You turned the app off so I could not make any money. And now still to this point, I still don't have nowhere to go. Tabian don't want me at his house. Tabian don't want me at his house, just like you don't want me at yours. I paid you money. I don't have to stay at Tabian house or do what you want me to do. You was getting your money, well over $3,000. Now you put me out of a car because you turned DoorDash off, which prevented me from making any money for anything. When it comes down to the situation, I'm so tired of everybody driving past looking at me crazy. When it comes down to the situation of me having a DoorDash account, I don't even have a card to be able to do DoorDash. And I had a DoorDash account years ago that they deactivated me from. I've been utilizing her DoorDash account for the last year now. And then this is where we are. Then she goes on and she tells me, after everything it was that I just said, she tells me, quote, okay, I don't care. Be prepared for that phone to be cut off. So now she's ready to turn my phone off. She say the car is already reported stolen. Do what you want to do. I tried to help. I'm no longer helping with anything. Then she also says, I'll be cutting ties with you. It's okay. I understand. It's okay to ask questions. Yep. She said, you can't see the problem with your actions, and it doesn't make sense to go back and forward. That was her response to me. I told her, I said, you turned the DoorDash off. You stopped me from making money. Okay? Then we back to this $800. We back to this $300. Then we just back. We going in circles now. So now at this point in time, she's sending me all of the screenshots of all the money that I sent her. So I'm just like, what's the problem? If you didn't got your money, what's the real problem here? It's not making sense. At this point in time, now I need to create like documentation just in case if she did call the police. So I'm letting her speak. And I don't really have much to say. By this time, I was downstairs, collected all of my things out the car, sitting outside, and then that's when I was talking to y'all on live. Here's the live videos. If you can see that. Okay. All right. So, y'all. So, I'm sitting down there, and we get to the point where it was just too much. She's just going back and forth. Then she tells me, she says, please return the car to the nearest Hertz. Then she goes on to say, I am not home. If you return it to Hertz, you'll be fine. I said the car is on your roof. Sent her the pictures. She go on to tell me, she say, can you drive the car to Hertz, please? I'm not home. And the rental company is not picking it up. She say the police is not going to pull you over. Child, it's starting not to make sense for real, for real. So now if the police is not going to pull me over, I guess it's because the car was never reported stolen. I don't know. It's just not adding up at this point in time. Nothing is adding up. I said, how you know? I said, where are you? And where am I supposed to go afterwards? Hold on.
How you doing?
Hey, how are you?
You know they're coming to pick up your car, right?
Who is?
Tow people.
No, it's supposed to be after 24 hours.
Tomorrow they'll come pick you.
Tomorrow. It's tomorrow. It's not today. And so, okay, no, are you guys the maintenance?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just explain to you. Are you the guy that's normally in that white truck? That's been coming up here?
Yeah.
Okay, so what the situation is that my daughter, she lives here. And I am currently homeless. And so with that being said, she has, bear with me because it's a lot, okay? And I know you probably done seen this car on more than one occasion. She has allowed me to sleep in the vehicle, things to that nature. I've been sleeping on this roof for the last 30 days now. And coming and going. Like, this is the most that I've been here. Last night, that guy, I woke up because I heard him putting it on. I said, hey, I'm homeless. You know, he was like, oh, well, you can't be parking on people's roof. Yeah, he said, you can't be parking on people's roof, and you're homeless. I said, well, no, this car is registered in my daughter's name, and
She no longer lives here. Right?
She lives here.
Lives here?
Yeah, like this is her rental car. And so he put the boot on it. And I've been trying to reach out to her to try to figure out, like, okay, to try to reach out to you guys to see if the boot could have been removed.
Yeah, you have to pay.
And that's what I'm saying. And I said, that's just bad business when it's all said and done. So he put the boot on the car. He wasn't even nice enough to take it out after I explained the situation to him. So, yeah, it's after 24 hours that they'll come and get the car.
I was just letting you know.
No. It's okay. And I'm glad that you came because everybody's been walking by and I just want to let you know what's going on. So at this point in time, because it is a rental car, I don't know if she's going to pay for the vehicle. I'm trying to get in contact with her. I don't know if she's going to pay for the boot to be removed, but 9.5 times out of 10, it will probably make more sense for the boot to be removed so we can continue on with the rental or just have it returned back. Because otherwise, if they tow the vehicle, then of course she's still gonna have to pay it so the rental company can be able to come and get it. Huh?
She's gonna pay twice.
Oh yeah, you're gonna pay twice. So none of this is my fault. I'm dealing with bigger dilemmas.
No, that's somebody reported you.
Huh?
Somebody reported you. Let me go tell them.
Oh yeah. Well, it's okay, but yeah, my daughter lives here. For the record, I'm on the phone, so I'm not gonna say her name, but she lives here. She's a current
She
resident.
doesn't pay rent. That's what I was telling you.
Huh?
She had to pay rent. That's what
She pays rent?
No, she had. I mean, she didn't last month.
Who didn't pay rent last month?
She did.
Who's my daughter?
I don't know. They got it. I saw the notes.
But you don't. Okay, so you talking about the nose, but you're saying you don't even know who she is.
No, I don't know. I don't. That's none of my business.
Right, but I'm just saying. So how would you know who she is?
No, I'm just saying that because she lives on 5th floor.
No, she doesn't.
Wrong
No. My daughter lives on 2. Yeah, my daughter lives on 2.
I'll tell them.
Yeah, she lives on 2. And matter of fact, while we here for the record, let me just go ahead and let me give you her information because I don't need no other problems. So you all can. No. Hold on.
Just go to the office. Send it to them.
No. I'm not gonna go to the office. So is there any way possible? So there's nothing possible that they can do to have the boot removed, even though the car wasn't registered. Let me see if I got her ID in
If
here.
it's not registered, they'll take it anyway.
Okay, but I'm saying with having the office can do something, right?
No.
Okay.
We didn't put it on. The co-people did.
Okay, and then either here nor there, even if it was my daughter that was on 5 that didn't pay rent, that person on 5 is still a part. It's still a What's the number to the office? You got a number to the office?
I never called the office.
Let me call them.
Never called the office.
Let me
Well, let me get going, 'cause I gotta go to work.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, go to work. Let me call these people. Hold on, y'all. Who's paying for the car if you can't make the money to pay for it? She's saying she's not gonna pay as hard a lot of fees. Exactly. Then that means that basically she's gonna be the one that she's gonna be paying for it. That's what I'm saying. Creating problems that don't need to be created. Hold on. Get to the bottom of this. Hi, yes. Are you at the property or are you off-site? I need to talk to someone direct. I need a direct line, if possible. Okay, yes, that would be great. Thank you. Martavia Johnson. Okay. Hold on a second. Stand by. Hey, how you doing? Good afternoon to you, Juicy. It's crazy. Not to mention, sleeping in the car last night, I woke up and it's a whole doggone boot. It's a whole boot on the car. He's talking about somebody ain't paid rent. Who the hell ain't paid rent? You got the wrong floor. That's what I'm saying. Like, more problems. And you outside somewhere in the sun wiggling your toes. Like, you got your priorities messed up. So you got me out here in the car. They done booted the car. Now people are complaining. Hi, yes, good morning. Good afternoon. How are you? I'm okay. So are you on site? Okay, I guess someone may have put in a complaint about a vehicle on the roof. Hyundai Sonata 2026. Dark color, parked upstairs in visitors parking. License plate number XMV 1582, Texas. So, my daughter, she lives here. And last night they put a boot on the car. And we forgot to register the vehicle. The maintenance guy just came over and he went into something else. He had went on to tell me that she haven't paid rent this month. And I'm just like, well, first of all, you don't even know who my daughter is. And he's like, oh, well, don't she stay on the first floor? I don't know who's he speaking in reference to. But my daughter M. Johnson lives on the second floor. So, like, I was asking him, like, he said, oh, well, we got a call. And I'm just like, okay, well, as for right now, we're not trying to get the car towed. We're trying to figure out what are we going to do as far as getting the boot off. We do know as far as with the boot situation, it's 24 hours before they can actually come out to boot. I guess they're probably a little bit more alarming because I got all my stuff sitting outside the car. So it might look a little weird, but when it's all said and done, it's like, okay, if the car do get towed after 24 hours, I want to make sure I got all of my things out of the car. So I just want to let you know, I am the next of kin to a resident that lives here. That is a current resident. I don't know his name, but I can tell you what he looked like. He's the gentleman that's been back and forth up here on the roof. He been back and forth up here on the roof. Hispanic guy, older guy. He didn't introduce himself, but they walked up here like, it was kind of like, it wasn't to me what it looked like. It seemed like it didn't even have nothing to do with the boot. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't know. Yeah, somebody may have made a complaint or whatever the case may be, but it kind of like walked up as if like, okay, well, you look like you're not supposed to be here type situation, and then that's when I told him that, okay, well, hey, like, I have rights to be here, then that's when he kind of tried to clean it up a little bit. But at the end of the day, it's just like, I already know what the boot situation is. Like, the boot has nothing to do with the apartment complex at this point. I just felt like that he was just trying to figure out who I was and why I was here. So when it comes down to the parking situation, is there any way possible for you all to waive any fees? I mean, because when I did come out last night, I did try to explain to him that we just forgot to register the car. That's it. Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, so with that being said, do you need any other additional information from me at this time? But I will be here for the duration of the evening. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's my daughter. Hold on, stand Yes, I'm the mother that came out and did the tour with her. Okay, perfect. Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. Lord, used to be a fence on the main line. Whole damn thing then disconnected that phone and just went dead. Hold on, y'all. I gotta get back to TikTok. Yeah, so that was the lady that moved her in. Like I told her, I said, no, at the end of the day, I'm the mother. I'm the one that toured with her. So she just said that she'll go ahead and she'll let the team know that you know, that it's okay for me to be here, whatever the case may be. But yeah, y'all need to clear that up like real quick. Dead serious. Let me try to get back to this live because this live then dropped over here on this phone because nothing is staying charged at this point. So yeah, so that's really about it with that. I'll finish the story with y'all because I gotta try to get back to TikTok. Okay. So yeah, so after that or whatever, I came back to the car. When I came back to the car last night, I had wind up came back to the car last night, I wind up going to sleep. It wasn't nothing else for me to do. I just wind up going to sleep at that point in time. And when I went to sleep, I woke up and I heard the guy putting the boot on the car. And that's kind of like how that went. Long and short. So I woke up and I've been out here ever since, what's this called? 06288. I've been out here since this morning, since last night, with this overall situation. I'm trying to get back to TikTok. With this overall situation. And so now, of course, quite naturally, when you look like what you're going through, then that's where the problem comes into play. And I'm starting to look like what it is that I'm going through, which is why people are starting to give me problems. Which is crazy, if you ask me, long and short of it. So he walked up to me talking about, oh, well, you know your car's about to be booted. Says who? It ain't been 24 hours yet. What do you mean? Think it's 24 hours? Or whatever the time is, it ain't the time yet. Yeah, it's not the time yet. So, hold on, let me see. Stand by, y'all. Hold on a second. Now it's to the point where none of my stuff is charging up. Nothing is charging up at this point. Okay, let me end the live there and then let me come back. So like I told her, like, shit, I'm not going nowhere. Where am I gonna go? Stand by. So let me try to get TikTok back on the line. Okay, I got TikTok back on the line. Right. So here's the thing. Like, okay, so here's the thing of the overall situation. Like when it's all said and done, let me make sure my phone's not charging. Nothing is charging. It's like the car is overheating. That's how hot it is out here. Okay, so here's the thing about the situation. Like, I've been trying to call her to let her know about this whole boot situation, and she have not even answered the phone. She's not even answering the phone, like, at all whatsoever, in the whole grand scheme of things. So now, on the flip side, when it comes down to my son, now let me get to that situation. Now, I called my son, and I talked to him last night, and I was letting him know, like, okay, you know, when it's all said and done, or whatever the case may be, I don't have nowhere to go. He goes on to tell me that he will get me a hotel for 2 days. And now we back going in a circle. And I'm just like, okay, well, once you get me a hotel for 2 days, then where do you expect for me to go? Like, what do you expect for me to do? So what I wind up doing was I wind up, Googling some hotels and sent some hotels to him, or whatever the case may be. I guess it was just, at that point in time, not within his budget. And that's fine. That's why I had told him, I said, okay, well, give me whatever your budget is, and then I'll go ahead and I'll try to find, I'll try to go ahead and I'll just try to find something within that range. Stand by. Everybody over here on TikTok, give me a second. Stand by. I'll be right back. Because I'm all about facts. So my son has been all over the place, but he's been back and forth, but still trying to be helpful about the situation. But I personally feel like all help is not good help when it's all said and done, because when I talked to him today, he told me that it was okay for me to come to his house. That's what he told me. He said it was okay for me to come to his house. He was like, instead of him giving me $150 instead of him giving me $150, it would probably be best for me to come to his house and stay there. But with all the stuff that's been going on with being put out over there, it's to the point where I don't even feel comfortable. Now, I'm to the point where I'm on foot. I'm on foot now. So I won't have the option of going there and being able to leave. I'm just going to have to sit and I'm going to have to wait, right? So I still have the key to his house. Never did he once say, okay, never did he once say, all right, well, you know, I could come last night. He didn't ask me, was I okay? He didn't ask me, was I hungry or anything. I actually had to stress all of the concerns to him before he offered anything. So I'm going to read his message in short synopsis. And this is just as of today. So he goes on and he tells me, he says, you've been saying you having anxiety attacks, passing out, and being in pain. So I don't think you should continue doing DoorDash. Right? He goes on to say, I'm giving you a plan if Section 8 decides that they don't want to give you a voucher. Stand by, y'all. This phone is hot. I'm giving you a plan if Section 8 decides that they don't want to give you a voucher. He goes on to tell me, you can get a place in a car after a month. This is the only option I'm giving you because I don't see how else you're going to get out of this situation. I will make sure you get back to work and eat. You just got to be serious. So this is what he told me, right? All of this sound somewhat okay if it was believable. I don't believe it because this is what he has said before, and he put me out on multiple occasions, even after finding a job. So you just put me out last week. I just been back here in Dallas as of yesterday, and nobody even reached out to be able to say, hey mom, are you okay? Are you still in the car? What's going on? Nothing. Nobody is concerned about anything at all whatsoever. With him, it's the girlfriend. You know, that's his thing. With her, it's the car, it's the money. So we go on, and I told him, like, okay. I go on to tell him that I don't have a problem with being there. I hate when people call me when I'm on live. I tell him I don't have a problem with being there. So I'm figuring that we're getting somewhere, right? Obviously not. We didn't come to the point on where, now if y'all don't know, this hand is injured. I was supposed to have surgery, I think April the 4th. This hand is injured. So when it comes down to my fingers, they don't move. Like, I was already scheduled for surgery, and they told me since I'm currently out here homeless, like, they gonna have to reschedule. They told me to call them back when I get somewhere stable and somebody can be able to come to the surgery with me. My tendon went 3 different ways down in the carpet tunnel off my food cart. Okay, I was out there selling hot dogs. I had bought a food cart to the point where I injured this hand. So it's still a lot of things that I can't do in terms of this hand situation. Okay. So it's more so of a liability, and a lot of people would just not hire me with this hand being the way that it is, especially if I'm going to do some type of work that consists of me using my hand, unless it will be customer service or something to that nature. The surgery is something that I will need like soon, like real soon. I don't have too much time left to not have the surgery before it just gets to the point where nothing can be done at all. So the plan is to go inside of my hand, remove scar tissue, so my fingers can be able to move. All right. I'm trying to explain this to him. For some odd reason, he sees everything one way, and that way is his way. And it has always been that way. And this is why him and I have problems, because he don't listen. He don't listen at all. So I got one more text message, and then I'm done with the messages. I said to him, my hand is injured. I can't do much with my hands. I still have to have hand surgery. I said, they are waiting for me to schedule my appointment. You know what he had the nerve to tell me? He says, in a minute, I'm going to tell you you can't come. Please stop saying that. There are people in wheelchairs and missing arms at Amazon. I know you were working with the machines at the post office, and that don't require maximum effort. By law, they can't deny you a job because of your disability. So I'm assuming you can apply, since you said nothing in regards aside from your hand. So I'm going to need you to put in an application today. You will need to find a job in order to stay with me. You're going to be messed up if you're not prepping for the worst. Who are you talking to? Like, seriously. I need to put in an application today. Like, a job has never been my problem. Generating money has never been my problem. Hence, I guess I just got done making $800, they say, with DoorDash. I mean, make it make sense when it's all said and done. Dick had the nerves to tell me, if I don't find a job by next Friday, then I can no longer stay with him. This don't sound like him talking. This sound like the girlfriend talking. That's just what it is. That's just the long and short. It don't sound like it's him talking. It sound like it's the girlfriend talking. This is probably some stuff that he didn't probably tell her. Well, I don't want her sitting around the house. She need to look for a job and so on and so forth. Now let's get this straight. There's nothing wrong with finding a job. There's nothing wrong with having a job at all whatsoever. I just got fired from a job bartending in February. But if I'm sitting here telling you that I have to have surgery on my hand, like almost immediately, why are you trying to force me into work? And then to turn around and tell me that in a minute, you're going to tell me that I can't come? You're trying to find a reason to not have me there. You didn't already put me out 3 times already, and I didn't do anything. So for me, that text message alone was trauma. That was trauma all over again for me. Because I look at it like, I'm not doing what it is that you want me to do. I'm not doing what you want me to do. So since I'm not doing what you want me to do, then it's a problem. I can't stay there. If I was a bum on the street, something to that nature, or if it was just one of those cases where you get what I'm saying? I don't even have transportation to work. I'm out here clearly in a dress with nothing. Like, make this make sense. I seriously can't make none of this up. Now I'm sitting here with the boot situation. These phones is about to die. Now I'm sitting here with the boot situation, with the boot on the car, all my shit just out here. Can't go nowhere. I was generating money just fine with the DoorDash. So even still, if she was to get this boot out this car, I'm not driving this car nowhere. I'm not going nowhere in this vehicle at all whatsoever. I've been sitting out here with all of my stuff all day, all night. Over the last 24 hours, I've been sitting out here with all my stuff. I can't make this up. I seriously can't make it up at this point in time. So no. Am I gonna go to my son's house? Absolutely not. Do I appreciate him trying to help in his own way? I guess. But on the flip side, y'all can't control me. And it's his tone. It's his tone for me. Like, why are you so mad? Why are you so angry? I'm the one that should be mad. I'm the one that should be angry. Now, if it was just maybe him and I there, then it won't be no problem. You know what I'm saying? It won't be no problem if it was just him and I there. But considering the fact that he got this girlfriend over there and she all up in his ear, there's no way possible that this is gonna be healthy. Like, he didn't already put me out too many times. So for him to tell me, like, are you crazy? Like, you know how long it take? Because he's saying, like, oh, can I go back to the post office? You know how long for an application process to go back to the post office? It's gonna take some time. Then to tell me if I don't find a job by Friday, I gotta leave. So that's just me setting myself up for failure. I'll be pretty much, in other words, just going over there just to be able to say I got somewhere to go. And none of this makes sense. None of this makes sense. So where am I at now? What's the plan? What am I trying to do? If you have to ask me for real, and if I have to be honest, I have to say, get the hell up out of here. Let these kids go ahead and live their life. Let these kids go ahead and do whatever they're gonna do. Pick me a blue state where I can be able to get more help and more resources, and go get me a bus ticket, go get me a plane ticket, and go stay in me a shelter. Go find somewhere where I can be able to get a job and generate me some money in the meantime. And when Section 8 decide they want to come back around and give me a hearing, then maybe that's something that I can do via via Zoom, whatever. I don't know. You know, something. Let me do this, because I hate that y'all can't see me. Yeah, just basically like something to that nature. That will be the overall plan, because they talking about me going in circles. I personally feel like at this point in time, I'm going in circles with the overall situation. I'm going in circles with my children. It has only been 2 weeks that I've been at my son's house, that I was there last week rather, and I was asked to leave twice, and to not even be able to come back. Like yesterday, I made it back to Dallas yesterday. I still got the whole key to his house. Make it make sense. It took him 2 to 3 hours to respond when I asked him, was it okay for me to come and use the key? So this is just where we at with it. I put the car on the roof of my daughter's apartment complex, because whatever happens is on the roof of her apartment complex. Okay? If they boot the car, they tow the car, then that's on her. If she left, she went out of town, she decided she was going to do whatever she was going to do without properly communicating with me and without properly doing things and getting things done, then this situation right here will be a bald lesson for her. That's what it will be. It will be a bald lesson. Like, I don't know. But I'm most definitely not going to my son's house, because it's basically damn near like his way or the highway. And we all know when it's all said and done, even down to your kids, you go somewhere, you go to somebody's house, you're going to have rules. But what we not going to do is we're not going to get me over there, and then we're not going to make it seem like, we're not going to switch the narrative. That's what I'm saying. We're not going to make it seem like everything is my fault in this situation. So that's it. I'm still sitting out here with the same clothes on since last week sometime, last month sometime. I don't know. Have not eaten in 24 hours. So I'm just over it right now. Haven't had anything to drink besides that hot ass water that I found in the bottom of my bag, and that was it. But as of right now, I'm at a dead end. I'm like at a dead end. And one thing we can't do is we can't continue to sit around and wait on no handouts. That's something that I can't do, and that's just something that I won't do. You know what I'm saying? I need to be able to take the little bit that I can, a little bit that I have, and figure it out from there. Now, maybe if my son lived, in a city, like a more city setting or something, it probably won't be as bad. But he's in the suburbs. So that means that there's no transportation at all whatsoever. I will be forced to stay in that house, dealing with him in that girlfriend situation. And I just can't do it. I'm sorry. It's just too much trauma. I've been through too much of this before in my life. Being put in a situation of, if I don't do what so-and-so want me to do, then they won't help me. And to anybody out there that's listening, stand for something or fall for anything. Like, dead ass serious. Like, stand for something or fall for anything. And I personally feel like no matter what it is that I'm going through, no matter how hard or how tough the journey may be for me to get back to where I need to be, I'm okay with whatever it is that I had to endure. But the last thing that I would endure is most definitely being disrespected by my children. I would no longer sit here and tolerate the disrespect. When it's all said and done, I highly doubt the other mothers will be treated this way. I highly doubt they'll be telling another mother, oh, you got to put in an application today. You can't stay here if you're not working. I mean, like, I can pull my bank statements. I can pull my Zelles. I can pull my DoorDashes. I can pull my Chimes. Me generating money has not been an issue up until the point of me getting fired from my job and having to come out here since February doing DoorDash. And even with doing the DoorDash, I still have been doing what I need to do to stay afloat. But without transportation, without nowhere stable to go, you just screwed at this point in time. And that's just where it boils down to it. So I'm stuck here in this car, I guess, until they come get it. I'm gonna just try to charge up all of my devices if I possibly can, as much as I can, because I'm gonna have to turn this car off in a minute, because as you can see, the gas is going down. Like, there's no gas in this car. Good evening to you, C Sands. There's no gas in this car, so that's just it, y'all. That's the long and short of it. So I have a Cash App, I have a GoFundMe, and I have Zelle. If you need to Zelle, if you don't have a Cash App or whatever the case may be, or Chime or whatever, I'm just trying to receive a little bit of help at this point in time so I can just move forward accordingly. That's just what I'm trying to do. Everything it is that I have right now with me, I own. Well, I guess this is it. Like, this car is probably going to be, I'm probably not even going to be able to start the car up in a minute. Shit, because ain't no gas in it. Yup. So I'm probably going to have to leave and go somewhere to get my phone charged. So this is crazy. This is just how long I've been sitting out here. It's just how long I've been sitting out here. Like, seriously, no gas. So any questions? All right, I guess it's the time I take questions. Anybody got any questions? Any concerns? I'm extremely transparent. I do talk to everybody. Please feel free to chat. Yeah. Please feel free to chat. I just about said all I can say. And I think I done just about cried my last tear. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. So, let's try to send her a text. Let's try to send her a text message since she's not responding. Stand by.
All right, so I'm back. So yeah, I'm taking questions, taking any concerns that anybody may have at this point in time. I seriously will wait. But yep, it is what it is. So if she was smart in this situation, it's probably best just to go ahead and pay to get the boot off. And I'm even to the point where I would just return the car for her. I don't even care about being outside on the street no more. It's all good. Yep. It's all good, but that's it. That's the long and short. All right. So I'm on YouTube, TikTok. I'm going to YouTube. So I need to let this phone charge up, this red phone, because this is my main phone. So if anybody is still interested over here on KRACK WING KHRONICALS, Crack of Dawn, can meet me on YouTube. This is where I am. I'm here now. So y'all give me a second. I'll be right back. KRACK WING KHRONICALS, KRACK WING KHRONICALS. KRACK WING KHRONICALS is the name of my YouTube page. Let me show you. Just in case if you're not following me and you want to meet me over there. But I have to let this phone charge because this is my main phone. And if anything, worst case scenario, I'm probably going to have to leave from here at some point. And I need to at least have some sort of juice. Hold on. All right, KRACK WING KHRONICALS. Thank you for the follow, lip gloss. This is where I'm going. I'm going over to YouTube. Going over to YouTube. Going over to YouTube. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. So I had to charge my phone because at this point in time, I'm probably going to have to move from here. And that's really it. That's just the long and short. Any questions, any concerns, please feel free to chat. Nobody answers the phone.
Hell, I might as well be out on the streets. Second kid.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm just giving you a call. Who? Okay, so who's selling you this information?
Well, it's based off of what you're saying. Based off of what you're saying in regards to Section 8, I don't think you should not be getting a job. I think the only thing you should be doing is getting a job. You're talking about your hand and all that. I'm sure you know that people work with disabilities. So,
okay, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, why are you so upset and where's the animosity coming from?
There's no animosity in there. I'm upset. Matter of fact, I'm upset because you're too grown for this. You should be able to see that Section 8 is not forever, okay? Now you're going through a whole hearing regarding the dang eviction that didn't even need to happen. And you just at the point where I don't see why you don't see that you really at your last straw.
Okay, but if I'm not upset, why is everybody else upset? And I'm just trying to figure out, like, where's all this extra stuff coming from?
What do you mean? You know, you're not taking accountability for your situation, but then you blame the whole world just because you can't.
Who's blaming the whole world? I don't think you're. I don't think that you're missing. I think you're missing the point. So my issue over there. Hold on. My issue over there with you is that you know how many times y'all done put me out?
Okay, that's cool. Okay, because I don't see what we're talking about right now. If you homeless, you ain't got nowhere to go. I'm telling you, you can come, you can get a job or whatever. I don't see what we're talking about right now. Like, for real.
Okay, but go ahead, finish.
What are we talking about?
What do you mean? What are we talking about? First of all, we're talking about your tone.
Oh no. For real though? Are you serious?
Yes.
Are you serious? Come on.
I am serious because I'm just trying to figure out what is your problem.
Because I don't see why you also met, like, why does this keep happening? Like, for real.
No. What at the end? Hold on. No. Now, I didn't give you a chance to speak. Now, you listen to me. Now, when it's all said and done, look at this overall situation. We're not going to sit up here and we're not going to make it seem like that I'm lazy and I have a problem with getting a job. Now, when I came over there the last time, when I didn't even have a job, I had got a job within 3 days. 4-5 days come around, and then what happened? That girl was in your ear and she told you that I had to go. So I left and hold on. No. After the fact, I had to go tell them people I had to quit that job. And that's when you gave me that car. And then that's when I was out here on the streets. Now that's that. So when some, hold on. Hold on.
No. Because you really missing the point where I told you me and Alina argue, okay? But it's cool for you to come back and you can do what you need to do.
So this is what I'm saying. You're missing. You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen, and I'm just trying to figure out why you so irate right now.
After the argument. Hello?
You go ahead. You speak, and then I'll go ahead. You speak, and then I'll give you the opportunity to speak, and then when you done, I don't want to hear nothing else from you.
All right, that's cool. Can we agree that I told you can come back after the argument stuff?
We can agree that.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
Okay, so what I'm talking about is...
You ain't talking about nothing. For real, though. If you know you can come back and stay, what are you talking about? Everything that you're saying is irrelevant. Let's be grown now and then do what the hell you need to do.
Okay, so first of all, who are you cursing at? And who's you raising your voice at?
I'm not cursing. I'm for real. Excuse my language right there. Okay? But this is turn. You too grown for this.
But what is your problem? I don't think you understand the whole facts of what's going on here. Because I got a whole key to your apartment inside my damn purse. When I made it back to Dallas yesterday, nobody even called to say, Mama, you can come over here or nothing. It's almost as if like you have to check in.
Okay. It sounds like that you need to be committed somewhere. Because I'm telling you, you in denial to a point that I don't even understand or can reconcile with. I don't see what you're talking about right now. For real, you at your wit's end, you over here talking about everything else as if people the problem. Shoot, you shouldn't be in this predicament. You should have been thinking about getting off of Section 8 and getting your own job a long time ago. For real. Shoot, since we got out here, you ain't had it nothing but easy. Getting extra apartments for what? Moving in Houston and shit, living your best life for what? For real though, you ain't taking no accountability for none that you're doing. And that's sickening. For real. You want to blame everybody else and post stuff on fucking social media about Mahogany and shit, putting her information out there like we ain't your fucking family. You tripping.
Okay, so are you done?
Nah, ain't no okay, so you done. No, you need to get with the program and boss up for your fucking self. For real, this shit is tiring.
Are you done?
Too damn long. No, I'm done. I'm done. What you got to say?
Okay, well, first of all, I don't want to hear another curse word up out of you, because you don't have to be disrespectful. This is just.
Yeah, that's cute. That's cute. Everything that you've been doing for the past year since we've been here has been disrespectful, and even before that, you've been disrespectful.
Nobody's fighting him. Nobody's fighting him. Listen, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, I think you're missing the overall point here. How many times am I going to allow you to put me out?
Right. And how many times are you going to be homeless and then expect people to...
I didn't ask you for any help. You offered. You know how long I was sitting on the roof?
You talk to the whole world about how people wrong.
Do you know how long I was sitting on the roof before you reached out?
That is wonderful.
And what makes you think that I would want to come to stay with you with your attitude?
Oh my God! If you don't like my attitude, we don't have to talk. For real though, you too grown for this.
And you're not grown. It's a way that you talk to people.
I'm grown, so I'm gonna say what the hell I want to say.
I'm done. When you can be a little bit more respectful, then you call me back.
No.
I can't. Whew, I can't. He's filled with anger. He's filled with anger, child. I don't get it. I don't understand why everybody is so angry. Because when it's all said and done, I don't call nobody. And I don't ask nobody for help. I have not called them kids. I have not asked them for any help at all whatsoever. I can show you the receipts, okay, where I spent well over $5,000 to $6,000 between hotels, between rental cars, and everybody want to talk about me getting a job. Everybody want to talk about me living my best life. Everybody want to talk about Houston, okay, and that's a real touchy subject for me when they mention Houston. I got a whole dead baby that I'm still grieving that's in the cemetery in Houston. Nobody know what it is that I endured throughout the time of me being in Houston. That's number one, okay? That's another story for another day. Even when it comes down to housing, my kids, and I'm going to tell you like this, God is my witness, and the person that I was with for that whole entire year, I was good at my apartment. Everything that transpired between the landlord and I is everything that happened. Okay, let's start there. You know how many times my kids came to visit me? I got one kid that lived downtown, 10 minutes away. Him, on the other hand, he 10, 15 minutes away. Nobody came to visit. When I got off the streets, KRACK WING KHRONICALS season 1, when I got off the streets and I moved into my apartment, he never did show up. He never did even come over to say, Mom, you need some help with something. Thanksgiving came around. I cooked all that food. He called me. He told me that he was going to show up. He never did show up. Never did show up. And I called him and I said, well, why is it that You would lie to me and you would tell me that you were going to show up and you didn't show up. No response. It wasn't until my daughter was going to graduate from college until I saw him. At that moment, I want to say that was May that she graduated. Prior to May, the last time that I seen him was well over a year. After he decided that he did not want to go to the graduation, 2025 was my birthday. That was a whole, 6 months later? Come on now. Even at that time, I was working. I was doing fine. I'm not the person to sit around and wait. Those of you all that follow me, y'all follow me. Some people don't know. Like I said, I have so much content that I need to get out there. This is my, let me turn this camera around. Hold on. This is my hand. I injured my hand in April. Let me go back. Because they come in on the ass end of things. And my thing is like, if you're going to tell the story, tell the whole story. Tell the whole story and let's make it make all the way sense. This is my hand. Complete. Dead hand. I had 20 stitches all the way across. I stayed in a sling. I stayed in a cast. I stayed in therapy. Hand wrapped up. I couldn't cook. I couldn't do anything when it came down to this overall hand situation. Stand by. I was in a sling. Now, no one said that I couldn't get a job. Let's start there. Throughout the duration of me being able to work, what did I do? I created my own window of opportunity. I did not sit around. I did not wait. I did not wait for someone to do something for me. I'm just going to scroll these pictures. It is what it is. This is a hand. This was at the beginning phases of the hand situation. Do you see something else? March 31st, 2025. This is what I injured my hand on. A hot dog cart. So I worked. I sold hot dogs. I went out to the streets. I did everything it was that I needed to do for me. Nobody showed up. Nobody showed up at all whatsoever. My hand was separated here. This was the day of surgery. Stand by. This was the day of surgery. To the point where I was a fall risk. Did anybody come out to surgery with me? Absolutely not. Did any of my kids show up when I had to have surgery? Absolutely not. Nobody was there. Nobody was there. Nobody was there. So I'm pretty much, in other words, I'm saying all that to say this. My kids are just now coming back around. When things were good, far as me being inside of an apartment, they were nowhere to be found at all whatsoever. This is me in the kitchen trying to cook a meal. He did not once call to say, hey, mama, you okay? You good? Or anything. I don't know why everybody is so pressed when it comes down to Section 8. Because I just sat here and I just once said that there's no way possible for me to sit here and wait for housing. When I talk about my hand, I had to learn how to use my hand all over again. So from this point on, she graduated. All right. And this was my birthday. That I'm still sitting out here in the same damn dress. Make it make sense. This was my birthday, October 2026, 2025. At some point, I was able to work. I worked at the airport, bartending. As a bartender at Love Field. Can barely even open up a glass, can barely even open up a bottle of wine. Okay? So when you talk about a job, come on now. Because even when I had a job, nobody was nowhere to be found. It was just me. All by myself. This was the day here that I got fired from my job. And they fired me because they said that I was being disruptive. Truth be told, what really happened was the supervisor was asking for tips. And you shouldn't be asking for tips. I grew up with these kids. I was a teen mom. And it's to the point where I get blamed for a lot of mistakes that has happened throughout life and just growing. I sacrificed a lot of myself to make sure that my kids were okay. Okay? At this moment, I was like 17 years old. 17 going on 18 maybe. As you can see, she was a small baby and they were like 18 months apart. It was plenty of days that I had to go outside looking like this. Okay? To get some stuff paid. Don't talk to me about a job. Don't talk to me about income. Because I never was the person that has sat around and waited for a handout. I just personally feel like when it's all said and done, he's just filled with so much anger and so much rage. But it was a lot of days like this to make sure that I kept food on the table for them. You know what I'm saying? Whew. Seriously. And it was a lot of days like this where I said, you know what? I don't want to dance no more. Let me take out time to focus on myself and what it is that I really want to do. And that's sell food. Like, seriously. Giving back to the community. My grieving process was rough. Seriously. I didn't know how to do nothing else but just get out and just help people. Because I know how it feels to be without. Now, most of these snacks and this water and this Gatorade that's being given out, I go around and I do festivals. Water, Gatorade, if it's events and stuff go on, I usually show up and try to generate some sort of money. But I come a long way. Gotta mute this. I come a long way to get to where I am today. And so what if I fall on hard times and I may need help or something from my children? I don't personally feel like that I'm asking for a lot. I really don't. Once again, I'm sitting on the roof of her apartment complex that I was sleeping on before he invited me to his house. I slept on this same roof before he invited me to his house. And after getting there, you know how many times they put me out? Who want to keep getting put out? And to talk to me with so much anger and so much rage, I had to call him and I had to ask him, was it okay for me to come back there? Because the last thing that I wanted to do as a parent, I did not want to minimize the help and assistance that he was giving me. Okay. He had already said yesterday that he went from, I'll pay for you a hotel. Because I asked him, I said, well, do you want, is it okay if I can come back there? I'm stuck here. Don't have nowhere to go. That's when he went on to tell me that he'll get me a hotel room. So instantly right there, if somebody say, I'll get you a hotel room, that's like code word for, I don't want you there. So I'm trying to move forward. Like, I got stuff I gotta do. You know what I'm saying? And especially with being on foot, I don't have the time to go back to his house. I'm dealing with the attitude. I'm dealing with the anger. I'm dealing with the disrespect. I don't have time for it. He had already told me in the text message throughout this overall ordeal how he really didn't want me there, how he really didn't want to help me, how he really didn't, Seriously. I've never lived with my children. It has never been a case where I had to live with my children. Besides my daughter. Stayed with my daughter for like 30 days in that dorm room. But outside of that, when it comes down to my son, it's that girl. It's that doggone girl. Because a job with him would have never been the topic. If I've been out here slaving, doing DoorDash, sleeping in the vehicle, giving her every dime I got, I'm pretty sure it's not a problem with me going to find a job. I had an interview last Monday before I left here. They text me back. Let's see. Okay, he told me that he's no longer speaking to me. I don't know if y'all can see that. He said, I'm no longer speaking with you. Please don't come to my apartment. Lock will be changed immediately. Everybody is so, yeah, in their feelings for no reason. And that's fine. And that's okay. Because this is kind of what happens. Situations like this is to be expected. Flip it on me, blame it on me, make it seem like everything is my fault. Because once again, you never really did want me to go there anyway, to be honest. Where we at with it? So I texted him yesterday. And when I texted him yesterday, I went on to text him. And I told him, I said, I'm out here back in Dallas with nowhere to go. That was at 8:55 p.m. that I had texted him. Well, actually, let me go back. Because yesterday was Thursday. I texted him and I told him, I said, Mahogany put me out the car. He said, I don't see why you blaming her. All you had to do was pay for the car on time. Nobody is still acknowledging the fact of me and my panic attacks. He said, she didn't put you out. Money don't grow on trees. Just because she got a good job don't mean she able to pay for that car. She in debt. And bills are so real. So I don't know what you expect. And all that trash talking her is uncalled for. Goes on to say how life is real and that he didn't ask to be here. They always talk about how life is real and how they didn't ask to be here. All right. So that's when I went on to tell him, I told him, I said, well, you know what? I couldn't have a medical emergency. I cannot go to Austin to generate money. And then that's when I went on to tell him, like, I communicated all this with Mahogany. Like, what are you talking about? Everything it is that I communicated with you all earlier today. 8:55 p.m. I text them back. Now, this is the benefit of the doubt, considering the fact that I have the key. Because me going to Austin was never a permanent situation. It was just one of those, like, look, y'all trapping yourself in y'all room. Y'all looking like y'all really don't want me here. You had already put me out once, you know, and y'all just tolerate me at this point in time. So let me just go ahead and just be gone. Let me get out the way. And that's what I did. I got out the way. Not saying at all, hey, I'm leaving. Thank you for allowing me being here. That was none of the case. I communicated with him every step of the way while I was gone, letting him know, like, hey, I'm dashing. I'll be in Austin a couple of more days. I'm just out here just trying to get Mahogany's money. I'll be back. And he said, okay. That was until Mahogany got her problems. And then everybody is teaming up. This is the time for everybody to act out. And then that's when I told him, I'm back here in Dallas. This was last night when I was sitting outside. I was like, all you have to do, he said, all you have to do was stay here and make sure you had to get the car paid. Like, everything, it's like, it was a problem when I was here. Now that I'm gone, it's still a problem. One of those type of situations. I don't understand it. And so after he got done talking, now he's talking just like her. Still talking about this $300. Still talking about this $800. Just talking. I said, okay. So at this point, I'm not welcome back. I said, y'all act like I left. Y'all act like I went to make... No, I'm sorry. Verbatim. Y'all act like I left. I went to go make more money. I never said I wasn't coming back. I said, she got her money. And she cut me off a DoorDash. So I went on to tell him, I said, can I please come back to your place? I'm at my wit's end. I need a little bit more time. And told him that, hey, your mom needs help. His response to me was, what's going on with Section 8? So that's the contradicting portion of it. Like, if y'all sit here telling me that y'all tired of me being on housing, if you sit here telling me you tired of me being on housing, then why is Section 8 even a question or concern? Section 8 is a question of concern is because now you're trying to figure out, well, how long will she be here? Will she be able to get her voucher? What will the situation be? That's when I went on to tell him, I said, I'm waiting for a hearing. I said, I went today, which was yesterday. I said, I have to wait for a hearing date. And I said, it may take 2 weeks for a hearing. He told me, he said, what's the hearing regarding? Before you said she had to submit all your papers, then you'll receive an email. Which, in fact, she did try to submit my voucher, but it needed to be approved by the legal department first. I went on to tell him for me to get my voucher, I had to provide documents indicating that the eviction was not my fault. He goes on to say, where you at? I'm going to get you a hotel for a day, possibly 2. It was never where you at, I can come get you. It never was where you at. Do you still got the key? Do you want to come back? It was never none of that. It was where you at. I'm going to get you a hotel for a day or 2. He told me last time that he was going to get me a day or 2, a hotel a day or 2 on April 7th. I think it was April 7th. April 7th. Let me go back to April 2nd. 7th. And let me just catch you up. In short synopsis. April 5th. So he told me April 7th. April 7th, he said, I'm sorry. You will have to leave tomorrow. I'm stressed and on edge. Sorry to waste your time. I'll get you a hotel for a few days tomorrow and see what I can do going forward. I said, I can leave today. I said, it's okay. I said, do I have anything left in the basket? I knew it will eventually come to this, but thanks anyway. He said, yeah, I'm sorry once again. I'll get the hotel as soon as I can. I'll do Uber also and send you everything I make to you. That's when I went on to tell him. I said, no, you don't owe me anything. It's fine. Once again, if it was her parents, she would never act this way. How could you allow someone to put their mother out on the streets? Just went on to tell him how the girl don't care about him. Went on to tell him that I love him. Thank you. And I'll be okay. Don't trouble yourself. I agree. She should have said no. I'm done with her. We stuck in the lease, but I'm going to do what I got to do for myself. I went on to give him some little advice. Okay. Later that night, he asked me, was I coming back for the rest of my clothes? I said, which clothes? The pants and stuff you gave me? I said, it's okay. He said, the stuff in basket. I need the key, though. If you want to come to me, you can. Told him, I said, you can do whatever with the stuff in the basket. I can bring it back tomorrow. She can just get another key made. I'm not coming back over there if that's what she's worried about. I'm tired at this point. Get your life together. I'm not coming back over there. I know she putting you up to all of this. Stop letting her run your life. And then that's when he was disrespectful. You pissing me off now. You know better than her. Talking about how he wanted the key back to his place. And I told him, I said, I appreciate all your good intentions, but none of this is right because at the end of the day, she would have never put her mom out on the streets. He went on to say how it's inconsiderate. Told me that I was tripping. I said, I'm sleeping in the streets. What makes you think that I want to see you right now? And I'm sleeping in the streets like no mother wants their kids to see them like this. Told him, I said, you can get the key tomorrow. Told him that I believe that I left my medicine in that basket too. And that's when he called back and he said he's sorry the way that Alina spoke to me and all this other stuff. Then he also told me how the girl want to talk to me one-on-one. He come on back and he told me to please reconsider and all this other stuff. And I told him I reconsider. I love you too. Whatever the case may be. But when I went back, it was the same cycle. She spoke and she went in that room. As if like she really didn't want me to be there. He texted me, he said, you coming back? I said, yep, I'll come back. I felt bad as a mother, you know? So I came back to allow him to help me. And he apologized. And I told him I appreciate his help. I accept the apology. And at that time I was at the doctor, trying to just stay out of their way. The 9th, the car got booted. That's the 9th. The 10th, I did come back over there. Same cycle. If you want to go in your room and close the door, that's fine. But you can't act as if like you really don't want somebody there and then expect for someone to be comfortable with being there. You've already put me out one time. You asked me to come back. When you asked me to come back, Your actions were still the same, as if like you really didn't want me there. So at what point am I supposed to put it to the side and let it go? You know, what am I supposed to do? The 12th, I text him. I said, I'm okay. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm out dashing. You okay? No response. Monday the 13th. I'm okay. I'll be back tomorrow about dashing in my interview. You okay? Morning. On my way back. Hope you have a nice day at work tomorrow. You know? So I left. This was the day that I left, last Tuesday. The girl didn't come outside. She didn't eat while I was there. She came in, she spoke. When she spoke, she went in the room, and I ain't see her ever since. I mean, it was cool that she got a plate, but it was the fact of the matter that she didn't eat until I left the next day. So it's almost like you're trying to avoid me. You know what I'm saying? April the 15th, I came back and I said, I'm okay. Still dashing. He said, okay, be safe. Thursday, April the 16th, I'm okay, just dashing. Saturday come around. He said, hey, you all right? I said, hey there, yep, I'm okay, just out dashing. Trying to get the funds that's needed. I asked him how he was doing, and I told him that I'll probably be back by Monday. He said, I'm okay, just got off not too long ago. But okay, just let me know. Be safe out there. I love you. Talk to you later. Tuesday come around, Mahogany started with her stuff. Drags him in it. Cup overflowing already. He had nothing to do with the car. So now it's the 2 against 1 situation. So I'm trying to let him know about what's going on with the car, because he's just in the background, hearing different sides of the story. But at the end of the day, I'm always the blame. I'm the blame for everything. All right? I went on to tell him that how I gave her hundreds of dollars, that I don't have nothing. I told him I'm stranded. I have no money. Said she has logged me out of the DoorDash and has taken every dime I have. I said I have no gas to go anywhere. I have nothing. The response wasn't, well, what's your plan? Or is there anything I could do for you? Or are you safe? Even though you're stranded, are you safe? Only response was, so if Mahogany is broke, how would you expect for her to pay for the car? That's when he went on to tell me that I was a sad excuse for a mother. And I told him, I said, but I'm the poor excuse of a mother. He said, you don't realize that you are a poor excuse for a mother. They had a problem with me dashing in Austin. I don't know why. When his major concern was me not being in his way with the girlfriend. And her major concern was she just won her money. So now it's best of both worlds for me. I'm trying to stay out your way. And I'm trying to make sure she got her money. And I went on to tell him, I said, I don't have to sit in your house all day. Like, I came here to dash, to make money. Nobody said that I wasn't coming back. They go on, they're talking about the hotel situation, of how I didn't need a hotel room. Keep on talking about how I didn't need a hotel room. But if I'm in a whole nother city, why don't I need a hotel room? Telling him about my breakdown on Sunday. He really didn't have much to say about it. I went on to tell him I have not anything to eat in 24 hours on Wednesday, that Mahogany is putting me out this car after I have given her over $3,000. I gave her all my money this week, and she keeps trying to force me to your house after you don't want me there. I received no response from him at that moment at 6:17. After you don't want me there, he didn't respond. That was confirmation. Even more confirmation. This was yesterday. Okay. So, talking about me, my medical emergency, things of that nature. Excuse me, I'm telling him about my attack. Text him. I'm out here in Dallas with nowhere to go. They just want me to stay here. They so concerned about these hotels, child. And I told them, like I just told y'all, I'm waiting for a hearing. I went today. I have to wait for a hearing date. It may take 2 weeks for a hearing. What's the hearing regarding? So it was a where you at? I'm going to get you a hotel for a day, possibly 2. I just said, okay. I didn't even want to argue with him because I'm to the point where if somebody don't want me in their house, then I don't have to be there. And as you can see, I asked him. His only response was the hotel. Same thing he did before. So, tried to find a hotel. I asked him about the car being reported stolen. Told him about the rates. I went on to tell him, whatever the budget is, I'll just find something within. So, told me I don't have to worry about me driving this car. I said, I'll continue being out here on the streets. I said, I see multiple hotels, but they high, so I don't know. So then we talk about different hotels. Letting him know the cheaper hotels are further out. So I have to get something I can walk to or whatever. Only option was to find something cheaper. And he'll get me an Uber there. He said for 2 days. Now, that was for 2 days, consecutive days. But if the days were split up, probably would have been a little less. Went on to tell him how hotel room is $55 for tomorrow. Price go up, so on and so forth, incidentals. Talking about the hotel. He's talking about how he just so stressed out when it's all said and done. Short synopsis. He says, I'm stressed out. You're doing us dirty with this repetition. You breaking ties to too much, and I need you to get your stuff together because this is the last time I'm dealing with this. I will be homeless myself if I continue to support you. And that don't mean I won't help you, but you got to pull weight and think smart. I get it. I understand where he's coming from. He's angry. Okay? I gave you the benefit of the doubt when I told you to choose a hotel, and I thought you would at least choose a motel to be fair. I found a $55 hotel room. Like, what was the main problem? He says, I'm not beating you up, but I'm sure you were staying at nice hotels when that money could have gone towards the car. He goes on to say, you can stay here, but I need you to find a job by next Friday. You can stay here, but I need you to find a job by next Friday. You need to get in the rhythm of supporting yourself if Section 8 falls through. They decide to take you off. You got until 3 checks to find a place. If you can't do none of that, we'll have to leave. You will have to leave. And I'm sorry to say that, but we can't continue to do this for you if you're not pulling weight. Nothing wrong with getting a job. It's not the job. It's the fact of the matter of how he's talking to me and how he's putting timelines on things. You telling me if I don't find a job by next Friday, you put me out? So you already put me out last year. This time this year, you put me out. Then you told me to come back. Then after I came back, you act like you didn't want me there. Then after feeling like you didn't want me there, I left. And then after I came back, after dashing for a couple of days, I tell you I'm coming back maybe Monday. I called you. I text you. Hey, I'm back in Dallas. Do you mind if I come back over there? Because I wasn't just going to use his key. What's his response? What's going on with Section 8? After complaining to him all day, his only response is, what's going on with Section 8? So I told him, I said, nobody is doing you dirty. This is today. I said nobody is doing you dirty. Y'all making it a problem. Y'all making it a problem that I went to Austin. I had an emergency that Mahogany didn't acknowledge, and she received her money the next day. These hotels are $50 that y'all keep talking about, but they require a $50 incidental, which makes the fee higher. So I'm not going to find a job by next Friday. I'm under doctor's care, and I still need hand surgery. I'm a liability, and people will not hire me quickly. I have had 3 interviews since I left there. I had an interview with one customer service position and 2 Hilton properties. One Hilton in Austin, another Hilton here in Dallas. Austin said, oh, well, we'll call you back. Dallas, they sent me an email back indicating that they moved on with somebody else with the position. So I thought it would have been ideal for me to find a job at a hotel, because even with my hand situation, working the front desk, I can answer the phone. I can write to a degree. You know what I'm saying? I could have gotten it done at a front desk of a hotel, not having to utilize my hand. They found somebody else. I said, I left there. I said, I have had 3 interviews since I left there, and all declined me. Y'all put me out too many times. I said, that's stressful. I said, I'm in fear of being there, because every time you say I can come, Alina comes up with something for me to leave. And I can't continue to waste time. I told him, far as Mahogany, I don't think you understand that she locked me out of the DoorDash, and I was unable to make funds all week. So she received 95% of her money. And this $800 y'all keep talking about, take away $360 away from that. Then that's how much I had to spend on food, gas, and hotel. And I had a flat tire. I went on to tell him, this is this morning, I said, I asked you to give me a dollar amount for the hotel, and I would try to find something. I found what was cheap. I said, I've been walking around for 10 days with this dress on. I have nothing. I ain't had a shower in over 4 days, and if I was to come to your house, I have no way to commute. I have not eaten in 2 days. She took everything away from me that was helping me. She took everything away that was helping me. I said, how do you log someone out of DoorDash? That's taking my funds away. Like you took my money away, you know? So So he goes on to say, his response was, I'm saying these roles should be reversed. So how they really feel is they feel as if that it should be reversed. Like they should be the ones coming asking for help from me instead of vice versa. He said, you're the last person in our life that we want to see homeless and constantly asking for money. I'm saying you need to be set up to where you're self-sufficient. We do what we got to do to support ourselves. All we want is to see you do the same, especially if you're on Section 8. You should have been saving money. How is it any way possible to save money when you're door dashing, sleeping in the car, surviving? But like I said, let's go back to when before I asked anybody to rent me a car, nobody reached out to say, hey, you need to be saving. You don't need to be staying there. They went on about their merry own way. I wasn't in their way. I didn't need to come to nobody's house. I didn't need to use nobody rental car. So of course, quite naturally, it wasn't a problem. It's never a problem if you're not calling somebody, asking somebody for some help. He said, I gave you, and they kill me with these options. He said, I gave you a better option than a hotel for a night or two. He said, you're not thinking about long-term when DoorDash is your only source of income, when your only source of income was DoorDash. That's not absolutely true. When it comes down to a plan and whatever it is that you're trying to do, your plan and what's best for you may not make sense for everybody. Let's just start there. He look at it as DoorDash being my only income. I look at it as there's no sense for me to stop doing DoorDash if I don't have nothing lined up. You don't stop what you got coming in, even if it's a little bit of something to keep you afloat, and then go sit down and wait for something else to happen. That something else may not never happen. But in the meantime, while you were in a position to be able to accumulate a little bit of something or get a little bit of something done, then that little bit of something could have gotten you a little bit further while you just sit around and not getting nothing done. So that's the part that I don't think he understands. Then he gonna say, I'm gonna let you think on that one more time, because it didn't make sense giving you $150 to be in the same predicament the next day. He goes on to say, and you can find a job. They legally can't turn you away. I don't know who he be talking to. So that's when I went on to tell him, I said, I don't have transportation. I need to move around. I said, y'all put me out every time I come. I said, I have no clothes or food. I said, I appreciate you helping me, but I want you to see things